may sit down. Allow me now to just do some recognition before I welcome Commissioner Wangui to take us through the next program. Just want to recognize the following people: Chair, Salaries and Remuneration Commission, Chair, IGRTC, Chair, Public Service Commission, Vice Chair, Council of Governors, Ahmed Abdullahi, Governor Kahiga, Governor Kahiga, Chairperson, Labor Committee, Council of Governors, PSS, State Department of Public Service, PS State Department of Performance Management, Chair of CCIOs, Chairs of all the state corporations, PSS present, CEOs present, Commissioners of CCIOs, the moderators, the panelists. Just wanted to take this opportunity to welcome you. Chair SRC will make in-depth remarks and also welcome you. Thank you so much. I'll take now this opportunity to welcome Commissioner Wangui, Salaries and Remuneration Commission, to take over from here. Thank you and welcome.
Good morning, everybody. I can't hear you. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I know it's baridi kidogo, but tuweke joto kiasi. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. You're looking so good from up here, I must say. Naona kila mtu leo sabuni imeingia. You're looking sharp, and we as a joint steering committee made up of the SRC, IGRTC, the Public Service Commission, the Council of Governors, we are honored to have you here and feel yourself at home. You are so welcome to this 3-day National Wage Bill Conference, whose theme and focus is towards 35%. By the end of this conference, each of us should be able to not only acknowledge, understand, and internalize this principle, but we hope that you will also have a tangible outcome and plan of action. We are the public service that will move the government for measurable activity to measurable outcomes. Karibuni sana. So ladies and gentlemen, please feel at home for the next 3 days. Take a deep dive into what we have. It has been richly and a lot of hard work has been put to bring all the presentations that are coming before you. I guarantee each and every person present, indeed each and every public servant present, that you have made the right decision to come here. To kick us off, our first speaker is renowned not just for being a tough talker, but seriously, she's a tough person in action too. Madam Lynn Mengich leads a team of versatile commissioners who play a pivotal role in managing the wage bill, a multi-layered, complex process of seeing and reviewing remuneration and benefits in the public service. She's often on the receiving end of discourse on salaries, the value and worth of a job, fairness and equity, harmonization, all things pay. And yet this lady, you will agree, if you have watched the televisions and listened to the media recently, she remains consistent and focused on what needs to be done and what we need to stop doing as well to remain fiscally present. She also happens to be my boss. So please, for the sake of my job too, please join me in giving a hearty welcome to our first speaker, Ms. Lynn Engich, Chairperson of SRC. Thank you.
Thank you, Wangui. Our Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, who is on the way, Your Excellency, County Governors who are here, fellow chairpersons of constitutional commissions and independent offices, chairpersons of state corporations, principal secretaries present, members of constitutional commissions, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you sincerely to this session. And just allow me 1 second. Sorry, just allow me 1 second to just get my I'm working. So welcome very much to this session. As I want to make my remarks, let me begin by just taking us through the last wage bill conference, which was held in 2019. And during that conference, we came up with a number of resolutions. And as we gather today, I'm sure all of us would want to know, where are we on those resolutions? How far did we go in implementing them? Because indeed, that has helped us to make a lot of progress. Yes, thank you. So the conference, which was convened 3 years ago after the wage bill conference is held in 2019, I'm delighted to note that significant progress has been made on implementation of the resolutions of the second wage bill conference. I would like to just, as I welcome you, just share what the outcomes were, so that even as we sit here today, we are confident that the results will make a difference post this conference. So, ladies and gentlemen, just to share some of the key outcomes from the previous conference. The framework for recognizing performance and productivity in the public service was launched in 2023 and is now operational. A framework on productivity measurement was developed, leading to embedding productivity in the current performance contracting cycle, piloting of productivity measurement by 24 state corporations, 3 of whom will share their experiences in this conference. That's KenGen, KEBS, and Ministry of Health. Over 8,000 public officers have been trained on productivity from 400 institutions. This was done jointly by NPCC in the Ministry of Labor and SRC and Kenya School of Government. Third, the public sector remuneration and benefits policy was developed and is operational. We have also developed a framework for streamlining allowances in the public service and is at different stages of implementation. We have completed phase 1 and 2, and we are now in phase 3. The public superannuation scheme was launched in 2021 and is now operational. A national performance management policy has been developed and is in the progress of being rolled out. And a framework on standing sectoral collective bargaining negotiation committees was developed and is awaiting rollout. So, ladies and gentlemen, a lot has happened. And implementation of these resolutions, alongside other initiatives of the Commission, have contributed to the positive trend in the wage bill to revenue ratio, which has come down from 51.4% in 2017-2018 to 47.06 in 2021-2022, and is projected to 46.64 in 2022-2023 financial year. And at this juncture, allow me to just highlight a few of the key actions that the Commission has undertaken that has helped to contribute to this trend alongside what I've just mentioned earlier. So just to share 4 of the key actions that the Commission has taken in the last 3 years. So over the last 3 years, the Commission received requests whose cost implication was 98 billion. Out of this, SRC approved 12 billion, hence preserving in the economy an amount of 86 billion. Through the streamlining allowances framework that was developed, the Commission has saved 17.3 billion over 4 years by implementing phase 1 and phase 2 of the streamlining of allowances. The Commission has also set a gross salary market positioning of 50th percentile. Institutions above this positioning will retain their salary structures, whereas those below will progressively be moved towards 50th percentile. This will result in a dual benefit of fiscal sustainability and harmonization. And lastly, just to share one of the 4 key ones, is affordability and fiscal sustainability are a key consideration in any collective bargaining negotiations. Employers are therefore advised not to consider any review of financial items where there is no demonstration of ability to afford and sustain a review, among other considerations. However, a lot needs to be done, hence why we are here for the next 3 days. Our gathering here is a culmination of a discussion on 18th December 2023 during the 10th Ordinary Summit of the National and County Governments, held under the chairmanship of His Excellency the President. The dialogue, among many other key issues, resolved that Kenya must intentionally and purposely engage in a journey towards 35%. This is a journey towards realizing a wage bill to revenue ratio of 35% by 2028. To actualize this resolution, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee, and the Council of Governors, as co-conveners, set up a steering committee comprising of the 3 conveners and the Public Service Commission, the Ministry of Public Service Performance and Delivery Management, and State Corporations Advisory Committee. This team jointly prepared and convened this conference. To this incredible team that has invested its valuable time, I sincerely thank you for putting this together. Distinguished guests, back to our journey towards 35%. As you are all aware, the Public Finance Management Act 2012 and Regulations 2015 set very clear threshold for wage bill to revenue ratios for the 2 tiers of government. Specifically, the PFM National Government Regulations states that national government's expenditure on compensation and employees' benefits, including benefits and allowances, shall not exceed 35% of the national government's equitable share of the revenue raised nationally, plus other revenues generated by the national government pursuant to Article 2094 of the Constitution. On the other hand, the county executive members, with approval of the county assemblies, shall set a limit on the county government's expenditures on wages and benefits for its public officers pursuant to Section 107(2) of the Act, and the limit shall not exceed 35% of the county government's total revenue. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all aware that we live in a resource-scarce environment where expenditures on public wage bill, operation and maintenance, development, debt repayment, and other obligations all compete for the limited resources that we generate as revenue in our country. The discourse on 35% has a 2-pronged approach, one on managing the wage bill through a number of strategies, and the other is on productivity. Kenya was ranked 27 out of 53 and 155 out of 189 globally on labor productivity by the International Labour Organization, ILO 2023. Yet, we pride ourselves on having the best talent. These statistics speak to Kenya being more of a consumer nation than being productive. It is against this backdrop that all public institutions are required to put in place measures to manage the wage bill and to improve on productivity. Distinguished guests, as we congregate here today, I'm pleased to note that this conference has brought together national and county governments, private sector, non-governmental organizations, civil society, and faith-based organizations, experts in productivity, academia, and the media. From this wide array of high stakeholders, the 3 days will culminate in a shared understanding of the public wage bill in Kenya. its profound impact on our national and county and institutional budgets, service delivery to Wanjiku, and economic development of our country. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here for a very critical national engagement that requires all of us to collectively play our part in ensuring shared prosperity through release of resources for development and other government priorities. It is our collective responsibility to ensure that future generations inherit a country that is self-sustaining. It is for this reason that is in preparation for this conference, public institutions at both levels of government were required to develop strategies and action plans to achieve 35% wage bill to revenue by 2028 and to improve on productivity. I therefore urge all of us to take this opportunity to learn from the presentations, the caucus discussions, and sharing experiences with colleagues to enable you refine your strategies and action plans after this conference. In addition to the deliberations in this conference, I'm pleased to let you know that under the leadership of the steering committee, a technical team comprising of staff from COG, Public Service Commission, Ministry of Public Service, SCAC, Ministry of Labor, IGRTC, SRC, Office of Auditor General and Controller of Budget, developed technical papers that will be shared electronically after this conference. These papers will provide further insights into the presentations that are a synopsis of the technical papers. I take this opportunity on behalf of the steering committee to acknowledge and thank the technical team for their excellent work. Ladies and gentlemen, from the presentations that shall be made in the plenary and caucus sessions and the reflections and deliberations thereof, we expect that we shall come up with clear strategies and concrete resolutions that will bring us on board in the spirit of one government approach. We therefore urge you to share your wisdom, experiences, and ideas that will shape our collective journey towards 35% public wage bill to revenue ratio. Distinguished guests, as I conclude, the primary outcome at this conference are resolutions that are our collective commitment towards 35% wage bill to revenue ratio, thus setting Kenya on the course to reaping the benefits of a fiscally and sustainable wage bill. God bless you, God bless Kenya, thank you, and karibuni sana.
Our next speaker, if I'm not wrong, was the first person to win a gold medal in boxing. Is it you? It's another, same similar names. But he's the governor of Wajir. And it is His Excellency FCPA Ahmed Abdullahi. Please welcome me. Well, help me welcome His Excellency.
The Excellency Governor's colleagues here present, the chairperson of the Salaries and the Remuneration Commission, all chairpersons and commissioners of commissions here present, distinguished invited guests and participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As introduced, my name is Ahmed Abdullahi, Governor of Wajir. I'm the Vice Chair of the Council of Governors, representing my chair, who I suppose will be with us also at some point in the course of this conference. What an incredible moment to be amongst you today as we gather this morning for the third National Wage Bill Conference 2024, whose theme is thought-provoking. It is indeed remarkable as we celebrate the long journey of the public service that we started a while ago. As representatives of the 47 county governments, this conference comes at a very opportune yet challenging time when we're faced with a myriad of issues, one among them being the unrest in the health sector. The two levels of government gathered here today have a responsibility to ensure that the public services are delivered in an equitable, prudent, economic, efficient, and sustainable manner. This is a journey that all of us as a country must embrace so that the citizens who gave us the mandate will appreciate and reap the benefits and dividends of devolution. And on this, Madam Chair and distinguished guests, we believe that part of the challenge is that we want to manage human resource outside of the constitution that we chose when the 47 counties came into being. We created 48 governments in Kenya, the national government and 47 governments. And thereby we created 48 public employers. So our position as a council is that this CBA has been entered into by national unions at the national level, to which county governments are not party. We are not party to them. And yet we've been forced to implement the outcome of such CBAs that we did not participate in creating is what is causing the unrest in the health sector. Every employer, and these county governments are distinct from one another as they are distinct from the national government, should be able to negotiate with his employees, and if there are CBAs to be entered into over devolved functions, then those CBAs should be devolved. Ladies and gentlemen, the trend in our wage bill expenditure continues to threaten counties' fiscal sustainability. We acknowledge that it's our responsibility to ensure optimal capital investments, and that will move us to the desired growth and development as stipulated in our counties' integrated development plans, or CIDPs, and the national blueprint. To achieve this, we must have an up-close and candid conversation around development and recurrent expenditure. We must ask ourselves hard questions as to whether the two concepts interface and are mutually reinforcing. Importantly, whether the PFM Act requirement that we spend 35% of our revenue on remuneration in the context of counties 10 years into devolution is tenable. A thorough analysis from our perspective and from the relevant data in the counties shows that the following issues continue to bedevil counties and affect our overall wage bill. These issues require well thought out legal, policy, and administrative interventions, and we must address this during this conference. Most counties are still expending more than 45% on wage bill. A few counties have managed to meet the requirements. Of course, the question then can be what strategies did they deploy, and what can the county and the national governments borrow from those good practices. We believe that there is still duplication of roles by the two levels of government on functions that are devolved and transferred. And this is impacting on the overall wage bill of the country. The increased services and infrastructure at the county level require also commensurate human resource to deliver the services. Thus, there's an increase, a significant increase in the number of workers and staff with respect to functions that have been devolved. There are also financing issues which add up to the problems that we have. On the issue of the 35%, Madam Chair and distinguished guests and participants, there are two components to the ratio. One is the wage bill number, the wage bill cost, which is the numerator. And the denominator is the total revenues. And in management, a manager is supposed to be assessed on what is within their control. There are things called controllable factors and non-controllable factors. In the counties, what we realize, and it's the situation now, really, in fact, this year it's going to be worst. There are things that are not within our control that add up to our wage bill. And that cannot be resolved without CRS input. And the challenge is, whilst all these are commissions, constitutional commissions that are independent, the decisions of SRC are binding, but the recommendations of CRA are not binding. The recommendations on revenue share by CRA are not binding. This year alone, the average county, just as a result of housing levy, as a result of the increase in the NSSF rates, as a result of the county health promoters who are supposed to be co-financed between the county and the national governments, are having to soak up an increase of about 300 million shillings in their wage bill. Yet the average increase in a county's revenue from equitable share is 121 million shillings. So who bears that cost? What impact will it have on the percentage? We're now also having to contend with the absorption of UHCs. These are universal healthcare workers who were recruited during the pandemic. They were supposed to be financed by the national government. National government did for one more year and now wants us to take up those. That will actually increase the cost to over 500 in the wage bill per county against a recommended increase of 121. So how then are we expected to meet the 35%? If the cost is increasing out of your control and the revenue is not growing proportionately. Then there's also the question of what is the purpose of devolution? Devolution was to take services closer to the people. In 2013, according to the records that we have, which is a summation of all the numbers we received from counties, we had 1,725 agricultural extension officers. Today, we have 8,078. In 2013, we had 8,466 facilities, health facilities in the counties. Today, we have 16,655. And in those facilities in 2013, we had 814 doctors. Today we have 4,390 doctors. We had 6,620 nurses. The records we have today shows that we have 31,000 nurses in those facilities. These things will definitely have a bearing on the wage bill of counties. And year on year, the increase in revenue to counties is not commensurate to the increase in these costs. Devolution has been a blessing to Kenyans. And even the worst haters of devolution will agree that things are better with respect to devolved functions today than they were 10 years ago. But it has also been a blessing to the national bureaucracy, in the sense that a lot of the ills in this country today are blamed on counties. Madam Chair, in another 1 month or so, the COB will be releasing a report on the expenditure for Q3. And it will be splashed on newspaper headlines how counties, or some counties, usually they say governors, have spent zero on development in that quarter. I would want the Kenyans who are seated here today to know that a lot of the counties are accessing their January disbursement this week. January 2024 disbursement. January 2024 is the first month of quarter 3. We are now in quarter 4. So what will that report be addressing in respect of development spent for quarter 3? When not a shilling of money relating to development or even recurrent for quarter 3 has not been received in quarter 3. And that will be highlighted in the news, it will be in the newspapers, and Kenyans will form their opinion on the basis of that information. So these are some of the challenges. So there are persistent delays in the release of revenue as are the issue of finances. Low increase in the share of revenues to counties, but a high increase. Actually, the 391, which has been suggested as our equitable share this year, is 13.2% of shareable revenue based on the 2019 audited accounts. And it's actually about 9% of the budget of Kenya this year. 9%. 9% of the total budget. And that's what deals with healthcare, agriculture, water, livestock, and all those 14 functions that are devolved. And about half of that, or 45% of that, goes into paying salaries. So if half of 9% is all going into salaries, then 4.5% of the national budget is what county governments spend on development, on fuel, on paying for pharmaceuticals, the DSS and operational allowances of workers, and everything else. Yet we blame the problems of this country on devolution. And in the wage bill, the situation will worsen with the statutory reductions towards housing levy, social health insurance, national social security fund, and other statutory expenditures. On community health promoters and UHC staff, the situation is further exacerbated by the continued mandatory annual increase payable to staff. There's the issue of salary bands and the usual 3% increase that comes every single year. And a lot of these things are not funded. And allowances approved from time to time by the SRC, which I said are binding, yet the recommendations of CRA are not binding. The question of on-source revenue is always raised. On-source revenue as a factor for considering revenue versus the wage bill. Counties do not have the same revenue-raising capability, and we knew that when we fashioned them in the way we did at the time that we implemented this constitution. But we'll all try, yet it's the same Kenyan taxpayers who are crying that they're overtaxed. There is the inherited human resource from the defunct local authorities with very low requisite skills, but their rates of wages are much higher than the average county workers. There are issues also of pending bills from previous regimes that must be budgeted for and cleared relating to wage bill matters. Now, entities that are established as in law as corporate bodies are expected to generate revenue and become self-reliant. And these for the counties will be entities like the water corporations, water companies. But a lot of them still depend on the counties to shoulder their budget because we've had a historical legacy of free budgeting over the issue of water. Not many people in the rural areas actually pay for the water that they use. Ladies and gentlemen, the resolutions made in the past conference provided a good ground for the whole country to look towards attaining the 35% target as the PFM Act requires. This, however, has not been achieved. Experience shows that whenever there is an increase in the expenditure on development, there is invariably an increase in the human resource required to realize the development. And these are the numbers I was giving. When counties set up more health facilities, of necessity they have to employ more healthcare workers. And that was the intention. So there's invariably an increase in the human resource required to realize that development, and by that, an increase in recurrent expenditure. It's therefore imperative that we have a discourse on these delicate nuances and engage on the practicability or practicality of achieving this ratio. A coordinated approach in planning and budgeting for key sectors that take up a lot of resources in the wage bill should be adopted so that each level appreciates the complexities in delivering public good in those sectors. For example, how do counties balance between service delivery in the health sector while taking into consideration the recurrent costs, development costs, and development and are not mutually exclusive. As we stand on the brink of a new era, let us seize this moment and be very honest and transparent in our deliberations in the next 3 days of action. It is my desired hope that the findings of the conference shall inform the preparation and the review of policy framework on public sector remuneration and benefits that will promote equitable, competitive, and sustainable wage bill in Kenya. And in conclusion, Madam Chair, we would really, as county governments, like to meet the 35% on wage bill spent target. But the issues I've discussed are the reality that complicate it for us. As long as the wage bill increases at a rate higher than the growth in the revenue for that year,
nature type of allowances that contribute. So that also need to be controlled so that we are able to manage the wage bill. Controls in payroll management. Payroll management is very key. How are we paying and what kind of systems do we use, or what kind of technology exists? What about the culture? Where is our public service? Do we have a culture? And that culture, does it then facilitate productivity, or does it just continue to impact negatively on output or in terms of productivity? Consequence management. So if I pay, what will happen? And if it doesn't happen, so what happens? And that is the challenge in terms of consequence management. And we note that from that perspective, it's not very strong, and therefore there's a lot of, we see expenditures, and because there's no consequence management, what happens is that there is a continuous runaway expenditures because nothing really is going to happen even if I spend. Lastly is the historical distortions. As I mentioned earlier, when the Commission came on board, there were distortions. There were differentiations. Same category of roles or professions were earning differently, and because of that, it became very complicated to try to ensure that we actually harmonize. We are harmonizing the salaries for the different institutions. So the historical has also played a big part. I know many of the counties would like us to harmonize, especially pay between the former local authority employees and the current ones who are on board. And of course, the obvious way of harmonizing is to increase for those who are low. Now, that is not exactly a great science because we will be rewarding for non-productivity. If you look at where we stand within the Africa region, our chair mentioned that we are not doing too well in terms of productivity, and that is the focus. We want to see whether that we can actually put efforts there. We stand 27th out of 53 countries from the ILO report, and worldwide we are at 155 out of 189. Yes, we are a good economy, big economy, but in terms of productivity, we are told we only make about $5 an hour. There are other countries that make about $1,000 an hour, so it means we need to improve on how much money we make on the hourly basis. That's how ILO measures productivity by country. We have just set a quick model here. This is what we feel or we think we can get to. We're talking about 35%. Employees, we've said probably may increase. We have increase in employees because of the important areas. Wage bill probably will grow slightly by around 4%. And we are saying, should we want to hit 35% in 2028, then we must grow revenue at 9.1%. Now, that is not the standard. Revenue is not growing at 9.4%. It's growing much lower than 9.4%, which means we must think of other strategies to help us be able to reach at our 35%. And that's why my next slide here, I'll go to this slide first before I go to the one that has just passed, that these are some of the strategies we are looking at. How do we get to the 35%? We need to look at labor productivity. How can we improve our labor productivity? We need to continue managing the wage bill, as you see, from 55 to 54 all the way to 46 where we are. There is a semblance of management in the sense there's a slowed growth of increase in wage bill compared to revenue, and that needs to continue as a strategy. We have a strategy on control employee numbers. How can we do that? Different regimes as they come on board, we see additional employees coming on board, and that becomes very difficult to be able to say, let's lay them out, because it's not that easy to lay off employees who have been recruited. And finally, as part of the 4 strategic pillars that we'll be looking at is leveraging on technology. Technology helping us to see how we can handle payroll, controls, monitoring and evaluation, and of course, wage bill forecasting. We would like to have a solid system that is able to help us be able to forecast our wage bill as we move into the future. So allow me just to finish with this slide here. This slide really talks about what kind of funds can be released should we endeavor to focus on 35%. Now, you can see 2021, the actual in 2021 was 988 billion. Ideal wage bill, if you were to have said, let's keep it at 35%, should have been around 631 billion, which means we would save about 356. Now, 356 billion can do many more things. for us. We are looking for ways of employing. We're looking for ways of growth in our development so that we can employ more people. But if we keep on spending, we consume that more money than developing it, then we end up having what you call moving more to consumption than development-led growth. And over the years, that is 2020, 2021 is 265, 2022 is 274. That's a lot of money to be able to use for development every year. I mean, 274 billion. We could build better roads. We could be able to build better institutions. Maybe our schools will be built from some of this money, or just do highways that can facilitate growth, that can facilitate development, and of course, finally, that can have an impact on our economic growth. This just gives you a brief of where we are at. At the caucus, we'll spend more time discussing on what other areas that may need to be looked at. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Commissioner, for showing us the aspiration of where we're going as a public service and what needs to be done. But we have with us a country that has achieved what we are aspiring to do and from whom we can learn. Our next speaker is from Malaysia, one of South Asia's greatest economies, Mr. Muhammad Muzaffar Hamid, who is a director of the Malaysian Productivity Center. Please come and share with us what Malaysia has done and what we can learn from them. Please welcome him all the way from Malaysia. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief of Staff of the Public Service, the co-chairpersons and members of the Steering Committee of the Third National Wage Bill Conference, speakers and panelists, distinguished delegates, and ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to extend our appreciation for the kind consideration of the committee to invite Malaysia to share our experience in this Wage Bill Conference. Technically, it's a very important agenda for Kenya, and we believe this conference will be one of the key cornerstones to really institute change and transformation of the public service, especially on the target to achieve the wage bill ceiling by 2028. So I will share basically on the embracing public sector productivity in terms of Malaysia context, where I think we have done a lot since 2010 to improve the productivity improvement, particularly in terms of getting the mindset. I think this is the most challenging part, is to really institute change among the civil service in terms of driving the productivity. And we talk about these quotes from Peter Drucker, often regarded as the father of the modern management, highlights the distinction between the efficiency and effectiveness in driving productivity. While efficiency focuses on optimizing processes and resources to achieve desired outcomes, effectiveness emphasizes the importance of aligning actions with strategic objectives and priorities. I think this is the most important positive outcome for society as a whole. So this is a short brief. MPC is a leading productivity institute of Malaysia. We focus currently on reviewing the existing policies that can really drive the productivity of the nation. And this is the transformation journey that we have done for the past 14 years. I think we work very closely with the public and the private sector. And I think one of the key drivers is when we establish the Special Task Force to Facilitate Business, which is also called Pemuda. We need to change the mindset of the government officers. We were able to change the mindset from very to control to rather than to facilitate. This is something that can really improve the productivity of the public service, and this will in turn benefit the countries as a whole. So there's a lot of details, and if you need more deliberation, I can assure you, I can share with you, as we try to meet the time set by the So I think in terms of three strategic focus, that is on regulatory coherence. Since we start in 2010, MPC have been asked by the government to review, especially the business regulations. And I believe for Kenya, this is something that you can focus on too, because regulations, one of the barriers for productivity and economic growth, because of the current advancement in technology. Secondly, we focus adoption of technology and management. This is something that we are really pushing on, especially on GovTech, to ensure that we really optimize the digital transformation. And thirdly, on the talent. So this is something that the capability of talent in application of technology. As I said, it must be a public-private driven initiative. This is where, as I said earlier, we have this special task force to facilitate business, which is called Pemuda. And each of these task force is based on the technical working groups. And this is aligned with the measures that is done by World Bank. And I think for this year and next year, they are going to start this new measurement, which is called Business Ready or Be Ready. So these are the technical working group that we're working on. And we also, based on our performance by the International Competence Report. So in terms of the competence report, World Competence Report published by the International Management Development, which is based in Lausanne, Switzerland. So this is one of the part of the, especially they have these 4 pillars, and government efficiency is one of the key factors that they measured. And we talk about the private, we bring on board the private driven initiative through establishment of the 14 productivity nexus, we have electrical and electronic, productivity nexus, automotive, aerospace, logistics, private healthcare. One of the high growth industry, which the market value is going to be about USD 1 trillion, USD by 2030. So this is where the high growth, high value sector that we are working closely, because some of these advancement in technology, they need a very specialized skill set. So this is where we facilitate for these companies to bring in the experts for that industry. Another important agenda that we will focus on is that to improve the labor market landscape in Malaysia, moving from low skill to skilled workforce. We hope to achieve 35% skilled workforce by 2030. Currently, we are at 29.6%. And we hope after that, by 2033, we can push to 40%. Because as you see in the my presentation earlier, we talked about the competitiveness of countries. One of the key reasons is that they push the skilled workforce more than 40%. If you look at Korea, more than 44%. Singapore, more than 49%. If UK, 56.3%. So the number of skilled workers is very crucial to improve productivity. And another important case study that I would like to share is about this improving the efficiency in dealing with construction permit, which is Express 10 project, which start the project before this initiative. It took about 24 to 36 months to obtain permits and licenses from planning approval to factory operation. So when there's a delay in terms of from the project management, it will affect the revenue of the local authority. In Malaysia, we have 3 levels of government. We have the federal, we have the states, and also the local authority. And for this, if you've been to Malaysia, one of the states that is emerging now is in the northern region, which is called Kedah, Kedah State. And before this project was in Kedah, in Kulim, Kedah, to Kulim Industrial Park. So before this, it takes about 24 to 36 months. And for your information, because of this, the state is at deficits, about 200 million deficits before this project. And they also have some obligation to the federal government. But when they improve on this efficiency and effectiveness, so they are able to increase the investment, which is value before the project just 15 billion ringgit, or equivalent to about maybe 3 or 4 billion USD. And then after this project, they are able to achieve about 15 billion USD, equivalent to 62 billion ringgit. So this shows that when they are able to improve the efficiency and effectiveness, then they are able to generate more revenue through fee and business licenses. So this is their focus. And this project has been extended to other states in Malaysia. And I think in terms of the custom, when they improve this movement of goods for licensing manufacturing warehouse, before that it took 3 days for movement of goods, but now after the implementation, after the transformation or the review, they do it less than 1 minute and reduce the complying costs, savings for the industry for about 159 million per year. So this shows when you have efficiency and effectiveness through public-private collaboration, then you can improve in terms of the generation of income. And the latest we are working on is to improve the drone flights regulatory approval for delivery of goods. And this is something that we have, that's what I said, the effectiveness in terms of contributing to 50 billion ringgit Malaysia and create 10,000 jobs, opportunities by 2030. So this is some of the example for ladies and gentlemen to share with your counties what will be the opportunities when you improve the productivity and create more effectiveness and efficiency so that you can generate more revenue and you are able to meet the target set by the government. So with that, thank you so much and have an enjoyable conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed. I want us to move quickly to the people who are in charge of policy, to driving productivity and performance, who are both of our principal secretaries. Just to let you know that we will have a session later. Now it's just the opening where you can engage. So keep your questions and your comments ready. We will have an opportunity for you to engage our speakers. Without much further ado, please allow me to introduce the Principal Secretary for the State Department of Performance Delivery, and Ms. Veronica Nduba. Asante.
Thank you very much to Head of Public Service, Chief of Staff, the Chairperson of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, Governor present, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my pleasure to spend a few minutes to reflect on productivity mainstreaming in the public service, lessons learned, and the way forward. So a lot has really been discussed and will be discussed in the next 3 days around how do we reduce our wage bill. And there is a need then to look at how do we look at productivity to ensure as much as we are performing our daily processes, are we driving towards productivity? So I will be looking at the general overview around productivity. How does productivity come in through performance? What are some of the observations that we have seen over time, and what then are the policy recommendations? So I'll just get this right there. So productivity, really, we look at measures per output in terms of output produced per input that is put in. We want to see what is the efficiency within which each organization transforms into outputs. Within the public sector, when we look at productivity, we are focusing on how do we have optimal delivery of services through efficient and effective use of public resources. But not only that, is that our results, do they lead to increased citizen satisfaction? Do they lead to public trust that has grown? Is there accountability? Is there cost reduction? And then is there a better quality of life that we have experienced? So as we looked back and we wanted to see what has our environment looked like, over the years, productivity in the public sector is often assumed to be equal to the value of inputs used by the sector in a year, where output is seen to be input. So for instance, if you've put in that I will build X number of projects, if X number of projects have been built, then that is seen as proper input and productive. Government institutions that quickly absorb their budgets in a financial year have also been assumed to be more productive than those institutions that fail to absorb their budgets. So the question is that really the correct position? Is it how far you run or is it what you're managing to run with? Across the world, there is a move to think through quality and quantity. And this idea is described as outcomes-based government. Outcomes-based government. What is that? It's assessing the results that governments achieve for their citizens. We all know that governments are social contracts with citizens. So when we have the taxpayers' money, what we are doing with it and how in turn that has impacted on the citizen is what is described here as output. Sorry, I'm managing two things at the same time. Yeah, so the output is basically the quality of what work we are doing based on what impact we are achieving. So the bottom-up economic transformation agenda intends to implement programs and projects that aim to address issues in our country. The key issues that have been identified in the BETA, which is now the MTP4, include lowering cost of living, eradicating hunger, creating jobs, and so on. However, to address this, we have identified 6 core pillars, which we are well aware of. It includes agriculture, housing, healthcare, and so on. To achieve these results, and in the environments that we are operating in, which is a very narrow fiscal space, it is therefore imperative that we take a moment to reflect on productivity so that we have more optimal processes and effective and efficient use of resources. So the objective of this conversation will be what are the lessons learned and what are the challenges we've encountered while mainstreaming productivity within the public service. We are going to do that by highlighting what is the role of productivity and performance management in the wage bill management, to clarify the relationship, as I said earlier, between performance management and productivity, and to share the lessons. To really set this from the outset straight, performance management is the bigger picture. You have your strategic plan. You've achieved what is in the strategic plan, you're effective as an organization. However, on the other hand, productivity management is what is your individual ability to produce quality outputs using the minimum possible inputs. The relationship between performance and productivity management is further highlighted, where we feel that higher levels of performance and productivity management will generate additional revenue and create the much-needed fiscal space to accommodate a larger wage bill. We've just heard from Malaysia here, and we've seen how their increased productivity has resulted in a sustainable wage bill. Organizational productivity is the capacity of an institution to produce the desired results with minimum expenditure of energy, time, money, personal resources, and materials. I'd like to use a very common example in terms of looking at what is performance and what is productivity. And I give the example of a letter. If I sit in my office and I want a letter written, and my front office writes that letter, they will have performed their task. Because what we have an output. A letter has been written. However, when I want to look at productivities, how much did it cost for that letter to be written? How many times, for instance, did I correct an error and send back the same letter? How much time did that letter take to be written? Perhaps I asked for the letter in the morning and I got it in the afternoon. What did it cost for that letter to leave my office to the recipient? All those are measures of productivity. So yes, you have performed, you have written a letter, but have you been productive? How did you spend your day? Are you able to cost that day? If we look at how much your wage is per month, vis-a-vis your outputs per hour, vis-a-vis your payment per hour, then that drives you to productivity. We also want to look at performance management in terms of responding to how to actualize the goals of the organization through goal alignment. Productivity management responds to the question of how inputs are translated to outputs in the most efficient and effective manner. Productivity is concerned with that balance between all the factors of production that give the greatest output for the smallest effort. The greatest output for the smallest effort. That is productivity. Increased performance does not necessarily equate to improved productivity. There has been questions that have come through to our State Department where we have ranked institutions as high performers, but when you look at the indicators on the ground in terms of their actual outputs and impacts of their work, they are questionable. So that is why we say, even if you're performing, are you being productive? If you have projects that are stalled over the years, are you being productive? Are you relating to that citizen on the ground if the need for their projects to be completed has not been met? And then high labor productivity in the public sector leads to enhanced private sector investment. Again, I was just looking at the slides that were presented here by our guest speaker from Malaysia, and it was very clear that there was a clear linkage between the productivity in that country and the investments, the external investments. So what have we done as an administration so far? How has productivity been mainstreamed in performance management? The 20th cycle performance contracting guidelines introduced productivity mainstreaming under the core mandate. We are aware that a lot of institutions are struggling with this indicator and reporting on this indicator. We have received a number of queries in terms of how do you actually measure productivity. And we look at it from the basis that a lot of times we want to look at performance to be at the same line as productivity. So the aim of this indicator is to enable the ministries, departments, and agencies to measure efficiency and effectiveness of their resources. These include labor, capital, technology, and systems utilization. We look at these through three broad areas. One is operational efficiency, labor performance, and citizen participation. And I believe we heard back that there is need to hear back from the citizens in terms of how do they feel that you are performing. These three areas are measured in terms of various metrics such as cost, time, output rate, resource usage. How much did you actually spend to do a task? And could you have spent less money on it? How many items did you produce? Or how many projects were you able to achieve? What was your rate of participation? How much time did you spend on it? And what did it cost you? In some instances, it costs more to do the work than it costs to have the actual output. So MDAs, in this sense, were then expected to undertake specific targets to achieve this indicator. As I have noted, there's challenges implementing this target. We are reviewing, and I do know that the National Center on Productivity is really undertaking trainings with the agencies and departments and ministries to ensure that they are able to capture this indicator better. What are the benefits of public sector productivity mainstreaming? Like I mentioned earlier, doing more with less. More output with less resources, value for money. 2, produce quality outputs to the citizens. 3, better results, better products, better services, and enhanced public trust in government. And 4, enhanced efficiency and effectiveness. What is the role of the State Department in terms of performance and delivery management? We have availed a vehicle, as I talked about earlier. This is the performance contracting tool, and we are working closely with the county governments to ensure that it is a whole of government approach towards this end. To measure our performance, to measure our time. Why should I send a letter with a messenger who will be stuck in traffic? What is the cost of that? Capacity building. There is inadequate budgetary allocation for training and skills development due to the various competing priorities and a limited resource envelope. There is also inadequate legal framework for performance management, and this does need to be looked at. The absence of a comprehensive framework limits the government's ability to prioritize initiatives, to set clear objectives, to track progress in achieving productivity. The last policy we have on productivity needs to be reviewed. It's quite a number of years old. There are also budgetary constraints. As we said, MDAs experience limited financial resources, and these have hindered performance. From where we sit, one of the things we do is track through the government delivery services. You find a project has stalled. I think, and I believe from where we sit, productivity is increased when you know you have everything. An example is if you're going to build the house and you just have the stones for the foundation and you know you have nothing to pull up the walls, there'll be less incentive for you to be productive because you know once I'm done with these stones for the foundation, then I have to wait for another year or so before I get the next products. Then there's also slow uptake of productivity measurement, and this is because of what we've said, minimal understanding. There is data on productivity in the public sector. I'm going to lessons. So data on productivity in the public sector allows policymakers to identify high and low productivity individuals and organizations and also avail opportunities. This is basically business process engineering in the public sector, where rewards and sanctions become a way of life. There is need for adoption of performance-based budgeting, where the government will be able to prioritize investments in areas that have greater potential for improving productivity and achieving key objectives. There is also strengthening of institutional capacity, where we invest in human resources, we invest in infrastructure, technology, and organizational systems, enhancing the capacity and capabilities of institutions to be more productive. And importantly, embracing data-driven decision-making. When we collect and analyze relevant data on the public sector performance, policymakers are then able to identify trends and patterns and areas for intervention. We are able to monitor key performance indicators, we are able to benchmark, we are able to evaluate impact and report on impact. We also need leadership buy-in, shared goals or vision, whole of government approach, whole of society approach. This will send a clear message of government's commitment and leadership of public service productivity. It is not a very wise thing to sit and talk about productivity or reduction of wage bill if we do not believe in the process, if we do not support the process, and everybody in this room is a leader who is well enabled to share in this vision. It is time for us to reflect and ask ourselves, given the facts that have been presented here, what are the decisions that should be taken and can be taken for us to mainstream our wage bill? Productivity should also be mainstreamed within the context of the PC, where we help MDAs to implement and adopt strategies and interventions that will lead to increased productivity. There is also program-based budgeting, where we balance wage bill against other expenditures and have a situation where high wage bills are reduced in order to avoid strain. Policy recommendations. I think this is my last slide. Digitization and digitalization. The government should ensure the adoption of new core and enabling technology. There is so much that automation offers us. There's so much that we can achieve through digitization. We should embrace it and see where it moves us. Reward and sanctions. Fair deployment of rewards and sanctions should be observed in order to spur high productivity. Then the government should promote benchmarking with global best practices to avail novel knowledge and new areas that can be leveraged. We have just benchmarked here with Malaysia, and we have seen what they have been able to achieve. So it is attainable, it is achievable. The ongoing capacity building and training on productivity measurement and improvement in the public service should be rolled out to cover the entire public sector. On budgetary constraints, the government should sustain financial sector reforms that stimulate additional resources towards development projects as opposed to recurrent expenditure, especially in the wage bill. Then the legal framework for performance management will be fast-tracked in order to lay a basis, and the lead institutions spearheading productivity should first develop the criteria and build the capacity of MDAs in ready for rollout. In conclusion, productivity mainstreaming in the public service presents an opportunity to enhance efficiency and effectiveness in quality service delivery. Pertinent components of productivity management that we have discussed include leveraging core and enabling technology, embrace innovations, promote continuous capacity building in the public service, and fostering stakeholder engagements that will counter the challenges of mainstreaming productivity. I thank you.
Thank you, PS. And finally, before the keynote address is the Principal Secretary for Public Service, Bwana Amos Kadesha.
Head of Public Service, Chair of SRC, Commissioners, Governors present, and everybody, good morning. I want to look at what my sister has just talked to in her last slide on leveraging on technology. And to leverage on technology, we need to do digitization, which is changing from analog to digital form. Yeah? Sorry. Changing from analog to digital form, that is stop being manual and we go digital. And we also look at digitalization. That is the use of digital technologies to change a business model. That is business process reengineering, and that will provide new revenues, values, and producing opportunities. The objective is generally to determine the extent to which technology adoption impacts payroll management accountability, specifically to, one, assess current status and benefits accruing to leveraging on technology while looking into the future, and number two, highlighting challenges experienced, and number three, give evidence on impact and success to enable public service organizations effectively leverage technology to modernize and optimize payroll management for greater efficiency, accuracy, transparency, accountability, and wage bill sustainability. I'll give a brief history of how we have done in terms of technology. In the 90s, we had the mainframe computer, which was based at the Treasury, which was manual, and it was the one that was running all the payrolls. In 2004, we moved to Integrated Payroll Personnel Database, IPPD, which we are still using today. And then we had, 2012, we moved to GRIS, that is the Government Human Resource Information System. And in 2019, we came up with a system that was generating the unified payroll number for all public servants. Currently, we are now coming up with a new system, which we are calling the Human Resource Information System Kenya, which is web-based, and it will be a centralized system that will allow ease of access and integration. This one, we are working together with the World Bank, and when it is complete, we expect all public servants to be under this payroll. That is the ones who are in the MDAs, counties, and the SAGAs. We have previously used, in other instances, we have used manual payroll, which of course brings the risk of double and multiple payments of salaries and allowances, and it brings unsustainability and unpredictable wage bill, and also it brings under budgeting and poor planning. Now we have this case study where the Treasury conducted a payroll audit between 2016 and 2021 in the counties, and there were glaring variances between what the IPPD was giving us as monies paid to county officers and the amounts that the counties said they had paid. And that report also came from the Control of Budget. In 2020-2021, COB reported that counties paid 170 billion. Okay? IPPD tells us we paid 144. That is a variance of 31.2 billion, which is very high. It goes through to 2019-2020, the variance was 21 billion. In 2018-2019, the difference was 30 billion. In 2017-2018, the difference was 26.9 billion. Sorry. In 2016-2017, the variance was 30 billion. That gives us 140 billion between 2020-2021 and 2016-2017 that was paid outside the IPPD, and that's a very huge amount. So we have put in place the use of integrated payroll personnel data, IPPD, and GRIS. These are systems that we have been using. State corporations mostly use enterprise resource planning, ERPs, whose use and application is limited to individual state corporations. The challenges of these is that they have limited integration with other payroll management systems, and hence of little help for decision making in the overall public sector. They are expensive to acquire and maintain, and may occasion loss of funds and processing of personnel emoluments in systems that lack appropriate safeguards. So the automated system that we are coming up with, and the one we are calling Human Resource Information System, Kenya, this is being re-engineered. It is newly re-engineered, and it is web-based. It will automate all human resource management functions in the public service. The ultimate objective is to have all payroll systems in public service migrated to HRIS Kenya. It will allow integration with other management systems in the public service and faster decision making. What will be the benefits of this system? Benefits of this system: it will be a one-stop portal for HR services, all of them. It will assist in data consolidation. It will be available real-time, and it will have seamless and real-time data integration. It will also enable us track workflows, retrievals, and accessibility to payroll information. It will enhance efficiency through availability of system whenever and wherever internet is available, and it will be will have real-time audit, and we will have automated systems alert. The impact of technology: the Unified Payroll Numbers system that was created in 2019 has generated 540,523 payroll numbers from January 2020 to March 2024. This includes 381,742 numbers issued to teachers under TSC, which is the highest allocation. UPN has enabled faster onboarding of employees in payrolls, in ministries, departments, counties, and state agencies. It gives access control for accountability or for any action undertaken, and this is done through those officers who have the the user rights and passwords. It has also helped us to consolidate payroll data. Data is really available for mining by critical stakeholders for accurate HR planning and decision making. It has a central updating, it can centrally update reference data. This for standardization and uniformity. And of course, we have the electronic data exchange between agencies, third-party organizations, and now it is accessible by KRA, IFMIS, and SRC. What are the recommendations that we are making? General recommendation, one government approach in management of HR data in the public service by adopting the Human Resource Information System Kenya website system. This, as I said, we are developing it with World Bank. We've been, and the Treasury, and we want all public servants to be under that, all payrolls will be under that system. All public service employees to be allocated unified payroll numbers that will now extend to the SAGAs. And then we'll strengthen internal audit units to undertake monthly payroll audits. On issues of policy recommendations, we want to finalize and implement the payroll management policy for the public service. It's already being developed. All public entities to adhere to approved staff establishments. And I think this is where we have one of the biggest problems. When we did the roadshow as a ministry, we realized that most of the authorized establishment in ministries, in MDAs, only 50% are filled. The others have not been filled. And yet the ministries and the MDAs are performing. We need to look at those staff establishments. We see whether, as approved, are they really going to serve us, or they are going to increase the wage bill. Then MDAs and counties to comply with provisions of Data Protection Act in relation to HR data. And lastly, no manual payrolls moving forward once we come up with this system. Thank you very much.
No manual payroll, one payroll going forward. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives pleasure to introduce our key guest speaker. Before that, may I ask our handlers to be ready with questions? We will allow 3 questions after this, one from the center, one from my left, and one from my right. So if those microphones could be positioned so that we do the question and answer session very quickly. Allow me, kindly be upstanding as we welcome our key guest, the Head of Public Service and the Chief of Staff, Mr. Felix Koskei, please.
We may have our seats, please. Your Excellencies, the county governors present, principal secretaries present, chairpersons of constitutional commissions, and independent officers, chairpersons of state corporations, development partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am delighted to join you this morning at the opening of the 3rd Wage Bill Conference under the theme Towards 35%, and the selected 5 thematic areas of fiscal sustainability of the public wage bill, institutionalizing productivity in the public service, impact of staff establishment on the wage bill, the role of technology in public wage bill management, leadership as an anchor in the public service wage bill. The criticality of these key areas to effective and efficient management of the public service wage bill and service delivery cannot be overstated. I am happy that the theme selected for this conference has consciously captured the urgency with which we need to act. This conference has come against a backdrop of growing agitation for better management of public resources, and at a time when the government is grappling with how best to navigate the delicate balancing act of ensuring economic growth, sustainability, and affordability of the wage bill with effective service delivery. The matter of wages is quite an emotive issue, especially at a time when the economy is facing an array of multifaceted internal and external challenges that have contracted the physical space. Among these issues are climate change, international conflicts and wars, decrease in international trade, global competition for resources, youth unemployment, and rapid technological changes. I believe this is the reason why, when the National Treasury announced an increase in the current budget for the financial year 2023-2024, animated discussions erupted, with the many questioning the appropriateness of the public sector wage bill, noting that the bulk of the increase is earmarked for operations and salaries. I recall that during the 10th ordinary session of the National and County Governments Coordinating Summit meeting held at State House, Nairobi, on 18 December 2023, under the chairmanship of His Excellency the President, the summit resolved that the national government will reduce its wage bill to 35% of revenue by 2028, in line with the provisions of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, and also urged the county governments to align to this target. We must take full advantage of this conference, therefore, which gives us a platform to reinforce the summit resolutions and also for honest, candid, and objective discussions on all aspects of Kenya's public wage bill, and indeed other related matters like revenue growth, public debt, fiscal deficits, and the national competitiveness, all which are intertwined into a delicate web of interdependence. As we all know, fiscally sustainable public wage is an enabler to achieving the desired economic development, as it also closes the gap between the ratio of public servants to the population, and hence frees resources to spur investments that further promotes economic growth, which in turn improves the country's capability to support higher wages and expanded staff complement. On the flip side, a high level of public wage bill is a threat to sustainable public expenditure. It also crowds out resources that would otherwise be used for development priorities and enhance public service delivery. Inadequate investments in development compromises the economy's competitiveness, leading to large fiscal deficits, unsustainable public debt, and unemployment. This is the dilemma and the heavy responsibility placed on those of you who are charged with the management of public resources and affairs. You have to make the difficult decision of balancing between overall fiscal sustainability and allocation of financial resources for wage bill expenditure, bearing in mind the delicate correlation between wages, service delivery, and economic growth. I am aware that a raft of public service reforms have been undertaken in the recent past towards overall cost containment, with the public service wage bill showing a positive trend. However, more effort is needed to fully address the drivers of wage bill. Among these drivers are low labor productivity, duplication and overlaps of functions, roles, and responsibilities, weak payroll management culture. This conference provides a unique moment to collectively rethink about our public service culture. The cumulative knowledge from panelists and discussants will lead to practical solutions to be presented to the summit for adoption and subsequent implementation at the national and county governments. The first one is implementation of previous wage bill conference resolutions. In 2019, we gathered at the KICC for the second wage bill conference under the theme Transforming Kenya's Economy through a Fiscally Sustainable Wage Bill and agreed on 8 resolutions. I note that all the lead agencies for the implementation of these resolutions are in this room today. This conference must interrogate how far these resolutions have been implemented and also assess the impact. Without this honest review, these conferences run the risk of becoming the normal talk shops. So we need to really review and find out whether the 8 resolutions were implemented and what are the challenges, if at all they are there, that made some not to be successful. The second issue that I'm bringing to the table is performance and productivity, as PS and Duva has clearly elaborated here. Over the last few years, there has been a rapid growth in the number of public officers without commensurate productivity and service delivery. In the year 2018-2019, the country had 865,234 public officers, and this has grown to the current estimates of 953,041 in 2022-2023, accounting for 10% growth over the last 5 years. Over the same period, public service wage bill also grew by 26.5% to reach an average revenue ratio of 47%, yet citizens continue to decry poor service delivery. So to correct this, the public service must embrace a culture of performance-driven remuneration, where salaries are commensurate with productivity and meritocracy serves as the guiding principle. This will entail implementation of a robust performance evaluations mechanism, career progression frameworks, and incentive structures that reward excellences and foster accountability. The third issue that I'm bringing on the table is the place of data and statistics. Wage bill determination, affordability, and sustainability are highly dependent on both micro and macro trends and projections. Economic growth, revenue generation, employment, budgets, inflations, prices of goods and services, competitiveness, and indeed all other demographics. Consequently, stakeholders, whether employers, trade unions, employees, and regulators, must appreciate and apply these trends and attendant indices as they determine salaries, allowances, and benefits. It is also my hope that during this conference, the experts invited will address the matter of prevailing trends affecting employment, work landscape. The fourth issue that I'm bringing on the table is adoption of technology. PS Gathesha has spoken into it, and therefore, the government has invested heavily in various human resource and financial management systems, including government human resource information system, under the State Department for Public Service. It is regrettable that in this age of highly paced technological advancement, public institutions are still running manual payroll systems with the resultant effects of harboring ghost workers despite policy and regulatory provisions on the same. With commitment and policy compliance, the public service can leverage technology not only for better payroll management, but also for overall cost containment. The next issue that I'm bringing on the table is to balance between service delivery and fiscal responsibility. As we discuss achieving that at 5% threshold, we need to have clarity of the options available to us. I see two possible options. Either we rationalize salaries and benefits, or we grow revenue through productivity and better service delivery. As you are aware, rationalization brings with it challenges of labor laws, contract management, exit resources, and worsen the dependency status. This is undesirable, noting that we only have 19 million people working against a population of 52 million, and that out of these 19 million, 85% are in the category of underemployment. It would seem to me that the only option which we have, and this conference addressing, is to increase revenue through productivity and service delivery improvement. Indeed, these are the aspirations of bottom-up economic transformation agenda, which has captured revenue growth and employment among its high-level goals. I hope during the period of this conference, adequate time will be reserved to discuss the matter of the quality of service we deliver to the citizens and whether the public service is truly citizen-centric. Paying greater attention to the citizens, their needs and demands will help us generate the appropriate social and economic outcomes to grow the economy, create jobs, attract investments, and propel achievements of our national aspirations as captured under Better and Vision 2030. The next issue that I'm bringing on the table is whole-of-government approach. I saw even in the Malaysia's presentation, in the PS performance presentation, the interdependence between human resource planning, wage bill management, service delivery, and budget planning process call for involvement of all stakeholders and consensus building regarding the level of salaries, benefits, and allowances. The Public Finance Management Act is specific on the principles of affordability and sustainability. These principles can easily be negated by non-coordinated implementation of human resource policies and practices, which may lead to a bloated workforce with unfortunate effects of escalating the public wage bill. Any negotiation for improved salaries, wages, and allowances must be cognizant of economic growth projections and trends. We cannot have systems where employers take action on terms and conditions of employment without having a conversation with those charged with revenue generation and collection. Similarly, the unions and also the employees should not agitate for salary increase and sometimes unreasonable allowances without applying and checking the trends and the economic performance of the country. It is foolhardy to ask what is not there. We need to be honest to ourselves and have a conversation So therefore, any negotiation for improved salaries, as I have said, wages and allowances must be cognizant of economic growth projections and trends. And I repeat, we cannot have systems where employers take action on terms and conditions of employment without having a conversation with those charged with revenue generation and collection. I'm repeating this because sometimes we operate in silos. Somebody in some corner sits down, signs collective bargaining agreement without consulting Treasury, without consulting the trends, micro and macro trends in the country, and thereby bringing industrial actions that are very, very, very difficult to handle. And therefore, we need to be speaking to each other, and we need a whole of government approach. I emphasize addressing the wage bill challenge requires a holistic approach towards public service reforms. The other issue that I'm bringing on the table is harmonization of remunerative and benefits guidelines. The Constitution 2010 had envisioned a harmonized approach to the determination of salaries, allowances, and benefits, hence the creation of the SRC. Regrettably, this has not been fully achieved, and several institutions continue to issue guidelines and to negotiate CPAs without adequate involvement and consultation with all the relevant stakeholders. This is a situation that we need to correct with urgency. And I'm happy that all the concerned players are gathered here in this room today. The final one is the action plans. I believe by now all public institutions, both at national and county governments, have received a recent directive issued by a Secretary of the President requiring you to develop strategies and actions and action plans to achieve a wage bill ratio of 35% by the year 2028 as directed by the summit. I urge you, during the course of this conference, to interrogate these plans and strategies, test their efficacy, and validate them with the insights and experiences from other countries, institutions, and the subject experts who will be addressing the conference. We need to go a step further from discussing issues that are on the table, challenges that we are facing, and the realization that our wage bill is ballooning, to also trying to offer solutions. And those solutions to be reduced to the solutions that are actionable. That in 3.5 years, 4 years, 2028, we shall really achieve the target of 35%. So it requires action. It requires some form of being realistic and some extra studies and engagement of experts to ensure that we really get action plans that are not only implementable, but they are efficient, effective, and realizable. So the above issues are the issues that I thought I'll bring onto the table for discussion from today going forward. And these are only few suggestions. I believe the conference proceedings will bring out more and open the space for focused and deeper consideration. I have been informed that the conference will lead to documentation of agreed resolutions that will guide wage bill management, providing practical and impactful strategies, clarifying on roles and responsibilities, resources requirements, and implementation timelines within the two levels of government going forward. So as I conclude, allow me to commend the coordinating institutions for successfully putting together this conference. Salaries and Remuneration Commission, Public Service Commission, Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee, Council of Governors, State Corporations Advisory Committee, the National Treasury and Economic Planning, and all other stakeholders who work tirelessly to ensure its success. So let us congregate, let us have a discussion, a honest, candid discussion, and more importantly, let us arrive at resolutions that are actionable, that are implementable, and that are effective once they are implemented. Further, we urge all the employers and employees and the unions to also realize the state of the economy that this country has, the measures that the government has taken to turn around the economy, the tight fiscal space that we have, and also consider that at this time, it is not possible to look for additional salaries because Kenyans are really paying taxes, and they want their taxes, first of all, to go to projects and initiatives that will turn the economy. And once the economy has been turned around, then issues, salaries, issues, allowances can be brought to the table. But at the moment, as His Excellency the President has pronounced, let us all live within our means. Let us all be honest to ourselves. Nowadays, tax collection, revenue collection are accessible. Anybody can know day by day how much Kenya Revenue Authority has collected. All of us know that there is no any other means of running government, both national and county governments, other than taxes. And I don't think it would be right for the government to levy or to add additional taxes to pay salaries or allowances for now. We need to live within our means. So with these few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to declare the third Wage Bill Conference officially open. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Head of Public Service. Another round of applause, kindly. Thank you. We'll now enter into the Q&A, starting from this side. Do I have a question from here? If you have a question, please raise your hand, and the microphone will get to you. Any questions from anywhere in the room? That was a lengthy session. I am assuming people are still absorbing. Do I assume there are no questions, or? Yes, center, first row, for this lady. Here, there is a question. We'll start here. And is there a question there? Second question. And the third question, this side, we are okay? And there is a question right at the top here. So we'll start with the lady. Introduce yourself and the institution. Second and third. The media will have a session to ask questions, so kindly allow us to have this for the participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Redempta Kavindu.
A little louder, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Redempta Kavindu. I'm the CEO, Makueni County Public Service Board. 3 quick ones. One is to appreciate the organizers of this conference and the very good solutions the head of public service has given us. I think he has answered almost all my questions. But, and I can see the chief guest stepping out. And
please ask your question. I will repeat it
okay,
for
please
him
make sure
in the interest of time.
Please make sure it reaches him.
Yeah.
Because he has asked for solutions, and one recommendation I was trying to pull is we've talked about public mindset and public sector culture change. So would he not recommend, or of course, or the leadership of this country, run a campaign on mindset or public culture campaign? I saw Singapore, under the leadership of Lee Kuan Yew, launch a national courtesy campaign. And we know it is these soft skills that really will help us in this productivity challenge. I also wanted to table, the last one is a local challenge in terms of trying to balance, trying to move towards 35%, because at the local level, the county governments, we are struggling with this concern, although we also have pushed from the citizenry to engage more people. So we are reporting understaffing while we are struggling with this 35%. I will say that, for example, we have the ECD teachers who most county governments, like the Makueni one under the leadership of Mutula Kilonzo Jr., were able to convert half of them to PNP. I tell you,
I think this is a very timely discussion. And of course, we do observe that we have had other discussions similar to this. Wages are normally given first priority when it comes to payment. And I think we need to observe as Kenyans that this is a big challenge because it has got a correlation between itself, that is a wage cost, and the development that ends up reaching the people, and which is really the main issue that governments are elected for. I wish to mention that, again, it is possible that these wages have got an effect on the pending bills that we are struggling with as a country. And so I think we need to be very sincere on how we manage the wage bill as a country now, because it has got an impact in the future. I may not have any solutions for now, but solutions have been suggested. We need really to be sincere for the sustainability of this country. Thank you very much. Mine was a remark, not a question.
Thank you, thank you. And finally, our last question.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Abraham Rugo. I head the International Budget Partnership, Kenya. My two questions actually were to the two people who have stepped out, but I will present them because I think it's important. The first one, I think we are saying we need to reduce the wage bill for purposes of development and other government priorities, which I think is a welcome conversation. But perhaps this conference should actually debate what is development for Kenya now. Because even if we want people to perform productivity, is productivity towards what? What is development in the education sector right now? Is it building more classrooms? Or is it ensuring that teachers have the requisite equipment and they actually have, children can access classrooms, there is water, there is food? What is development in healthcare right now? Because unless we answer that question of what is development right now, we could be discussing the reverse question, that actually development right now in most of our sectors is actually having more human resources in those sectors and not necessarily putting up plants, as it were. So I just wanted to ask that, I mean, especially to the head of public service and also to the chair who has come. The second question is this whole discussion around leveraging technology. When I look around the room, I notice that most of us are in our advanced ages. Where are the young people who we are saying are the people who are actually developing this technology? What room do they have to actually inform the public service of the future, the public service that will serve them? It may be of interest, actually, that the mean age in this country is 19 years of age. And therefore, I want to suggest that perhaps this conference also can bring these voices. Perhaps they see it very different. Gen Z, what is work for them? What is public sector for them? And how can we leverage that energy? Because Kenya has one of the highest literacy rates, has got some of the best development indicators, but our productivity is low. Where is the mismatch? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. And
Thank you.
Chair, while you are away.
Thank you, Madam. I was given a chance to speak. I'm requesting to ask my two questions.
I'm not sure who's speaking, please.
I'm here, Speaker Bungoma, Chairman of the County Assembly Service Board. My first question is that we are having a third conference. Wish to know the first and second recommendations of the similar conference. What happened to them? Failures and achievements.
Okay, please let us stop the questions there so that the panelists can respond, and in the interest of time. Thank you. I will allow that question, but please kindly let us stop the questions for now.
Sorry, Madam.
Kindly let me address each question. On the last one, I'm sure, Chairperson, you can take on just a review of where we are, the former public service, the former wage bill and where we are, what has happened and where are we now. There was a question asked by the CEO of Makueni County on mindset and public sector culture change. Do we need to run a campaign? She really wanted the head of public service to answer that question. Please allow that the principal secretary, public service, responds to that question, and I'm sure he will make a promise to deliver that question to the head of public service as well. Dr. Mumbo, the chairman of the Certified Institute of Secretaries of Kenya, was making a comment which is well received, and the last two questions came from Dr. Abraham. I'm sure you saw the CEO of Makueni County is fitting your spec for young people. Yes. Okay, allow me to ask Governor Abdullahi to respond to that question. They also carry quite a number of employees, I believe over half. Where do they see young people contributing, and the budget partnership development for Kenya now? What are the priorities for development for Kenya now? I will ask P.S. Nduva to please respond to that question, bearing in mind that government just launched the medium-term plan 4, which has got very great details. So those 4 questions, starting with the chair. We have one more question on this side. Thank you, former Governor.
Sorry, Moderator, I wanted to make a comment, but I hear you are closing this session before looking this side. So I think we have a right as our corner to be heard. Do I have the floor?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Krait Murungi. I'm the chairman of the National Oil Corporation of Kenya. And I must say I was very impressed by the governor of Wajir, he was very forthright in his comments this morning. And of course, I do appreciate the contributions from all the other who spoke from the podium there. I think this is a very difficult subject. We have very, very good intentions. We want to develop both our counties and the country. And I see very genuine efforts of people trying to live within the 35% percentage which is required. And we get many circulars from Treasury, COB, especially when we're governors, pointing out that our ballooning and unsustainable wage bill. When I was in Meru County as governor, my wage bill was 70, not 35. And we had only 30% for development. And we tried very hard to try to bring that wage bill down, and it was not possible. Do you sack people? You also want to be elected. We're trying to not recruit people when they retire, but the process was so slow, it did not have any impact. But we kept on being bombarded by circulars from Treasury pointing out how we are in transgression of this and that. But actually the situation on the ground is very, very difficult to change. Where I am at the National Corporation, I must say we are technically insolvent. I have a lot of requests to promote people. We have about 140 vacancies in my organization, which we can't fill because we don't have resources to do so. Of course, you can imagine people who are stuck there for years without promotion, some without medical cover. So some of the discussion appears a bit abstract. Given the situation that we're operating on the ground, the governor said there are some counties, and I think Kajiado was one of them. There are some counties which are able to live within that 5%. So, and maybe they are parastatals or even ministries. So I think instead of us wailing too much, coming here to complain, if the head of the public service could identify for us those ministries which have been able to succeed to live within that percentage. And then we see what good practices they are doing, and we copy them. I think that would be a better way of spending time instead of just complaining, because that is difficult. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think the former governor of Meru has clearly captured the mood. But I assure you that there are solutions, even in the presentations that we have presented. Everyone was required to make recommendations, and in the caucuses that we have in the afternoon, we will delve into sector-specific, county-specific recommendations and solutions with the aim of presenting finalized resolutions at the end of this conference. So I hope it is comforting to know that this is a conference geared towards solutions and not just problem identification, and your sentiments are well received. Without much further ado, please, Chair, if you could begin by answering that question formally. Thank you.
Thank you. As I answer that question, I would just like to first pick a few things that the former governor mentioned. And he asked, are there ministries that are below 35 so that we can copy? Can I confirm to you that in terms of the national government, all of them are below 35? All. In fact, some even as low as 14%, some even 15%. So in terms of the national government, the ministries are below 35. The challenge is in the state corporations. And it's not even all state corporations. The commercial ones, commercial state corporations, most of them are below 35. So it is doable, and it is there, and I like what you said, can we learn from them? And those are, we can actually learn from them. You have also mentioned about, is this conversation abstract? Is it an abstract conversation, given the challenges where you are at the moment? And I'm not just speaking to him, but I know most of us may be asking that in our mind. In our minds, is this abstract? Is it possible to actually get there? And there was even a question for county governments. Can they get there? Let me also confirm that for the county governments, the average is now 45%, up from what Governor shared. Some counties were at 70. We actually don't have 70 anymore. So the county governments have actually been bringing that down. And we are happy to say the average is 45%. However, given the challenges that are there, that is why the conversation is about productivity as well. If you cannot reduce what you have today, and it is going to be very difficult, as you rightly said, but there is a very big opportunity through productivity. For the county governments, if you increase your own source revenue, those ratios will actually be addressed immediately. Same to the other state corporations who are here, who are struggling. The answer lies in productivity. It means for the governor who asked, and he says he's now the chairman of another corporation, it means you'll be able to deliver with the resources that you have. If you embrace productivity, you will do more with less. You will find that you actually don't need the entire approved staff establishment. You'll be able to deliver with what you have. And that's why we have called you here today, to change the conversation. It's not about I cannot deliver because I don't have resources. It's about what can I do with the resources that I have. And I can assure you, if you embrace productivity and champion it from where you sit as the leadership, then the conversation will change, and next time we will not be asking the same question. So let me also comment about the issue about the young talent, then I'll come to what happened to the last conferences. There was a question about where is the young talent? Why have we invited you? You're here because you're the leadership. You know the tone, the pace starts with the leadership. Failure in executing any strategy is a leadership problem. It is not your young talent. I am sure they are yearning to be given the opportunity, but everything starts with us here in the room today. So that's why you're here, because you're the leadership. And your organizations will either fail or succeed because of all of us here as the leadership. So that's why you're here. We expect that you will set the tone, you will set the pace, you will start changing the mindset and get your organizations to think differently and to see possibilities rather than the problems and the challenges that we have today. So over to my specific question, the first, second conference, what has happened? I did share in my remarks where we are with the resolutions of the second wage bill conference that was held in 2019, and I actually highlighted all the outcomes from that conference. And I can comfortably say more than 80% of the resolutions were implemented, and they have contributed to the reduction in the wage bill. So probably the speaker wasn't here when I went through the specifics, so I do not want to repeat that because I already did that. But I can assure you that it has contributed to where we are today. So we are confident as we come to this third wage bill conference that the resolutions will also help us to get to the 35%, because this conference is different in the sense that we are not just speaking wage bill. We're looking at other strategies beyond that, and all the actors are here to have that conversation. So thank you.
I'll answer the question that was asked to Head of Public Service, and one of the questions was on culture change. We are going to have a discussion of this tomorrow. The Chair of Public Service Commission is going to discuss this, but it's something that we've been thinking about, and the recommendations, I think, will come from the Chairman Public Service Commission tomorrow. The youth, there's a very interesting question on the youth. I know the Chair has answered part of the question, but what we are seeing is a youth that does not want to do things the way we have been doing them in public service, like reporting at 8 in the morning and leaving at 5 in the evening. They want to be given assignments, they do them at their own time. We have seen a trend where they don't even want to sit in an office alone. They want to share an office. Some are even working in boardrooms. And as a ministry, as a State Department for Public Service, we are now thinking, how do we deal with this new thinking of the youth? It's a very critical question, and which we need to answer because they are the ones who are now coming in. They are the ones who will take over from us eventually. The issue of the best practices. We did a roadshow where we visited all the ministries, and what we discovered is that the ratio of the technical and support staff, ideally it should be 30 for support staff and 70 for technical. In most MDAs, this is inverted, where we have more support than the technical. And when we talk about productivity, and we are not addressing the issue of technical officers being more than the support staff, then we have a problem. And as we address this issue of wage bill, this is an issue that we really need to think about as a government. How do you make sure that you have 70% technical and 30% support? Thank you.
Thank you. I think the former governor wanted to say that his recurrent expenditure was 70%, not his wage bill. Because there's a question of wage bill as a percentage being restricted to 35%, and then there's a requirement also that total recurrent expenditure should not exceed 70% and 30% should be for development. The good lady from Makweni raised the issue of ECD. Actually, ECD is one of the things I wanted to mention off the cuff in my speech. You'll realize that now we have in the counties as many as 42,863 ECD teachers being paid salaries by the county governments. When these county governments came into being in 2013, ECDs were mostly paid for by parents and a few county councils. So that also adds to the wage bill. And ECD is one of the things that we've actually always had a contention with the national government about its funding, because it's never really been unbundled and funded in the equitable share distribution. That's that. So the gist of what my presentation really was about, which is a conversation we cannot wish away if we have to talk about the 35% for counties, is a question of the linkage between revenue and expenditure. Because these counties are largely funded out of equitable share. We usually mention on-source revenue. Under Article 209, the taxes or levies that counties can charge are limited. It's mostly entertainment, from bars and, land rents. And this is why I said counties have different capabilities of raising revenue. If a county that raises 50 million triples its revenue, it will have raised 150 million. But if a county that is raising 5 billion shillings increases its revenue by 20%, it will have raised 1 billion shillings. So the question of resources following functions. The chair of the Intergovernmental Technical Relations Committee is here. The latest unbundling of functions that they did they came up with a report that there is 272 billion shillings relating to functions that are devolved, which is being held by the national government. Actually, they even went ahead and gazetted those functions, but that gazettement was rescinded, and we're now having conversations about it. If that 272 billion was to be added to what counties are getting, which is the 391 being suggested this year, there is no county that will not meet the 35% threshold. In 2015-17, I think, I don't know which year it was, I was a first-time governor, so you know, I'm one of those returning governors. I was away for 5 years. So I was in the first cohort of governors. The then Auditor General, Mr. Ouko, FCPA Ouko, was commissioned by the then president through a task force to look into this wage bill issue. I want us to actually retrieve that report and see how the dynamics of devolving and transferring functions to counties actually affected wage bill at the national level. Because for many of the functions that are devolved, and these are big ministries, health, agriculture, water, nearly 90-95% of the staff was devolved to counties. But the question is, were the attendant resources also devolved? I think that's the point that I was making. And what is controllable? If legislation at national government makes me absorb further wages and salaries which are not coming with the attendant resources through the division of revenue, then I will not be able to meet the ratio. That's the point I was making. There was the issue of pending bills that was raised. I think there are many factors that contribute to the pending bills, partly because of the delays and transition issues which will be discussed in the afternoon. But from where I sit, with all the challenges that we have of funding, pending bills is a fiscal indiscipline issue, both at the national and at the county level. Because even when the allocations delay, eventually they come. If they are applied to what they were intended for as per the requirement of the control of budget, then we will not be having a lot of these pending bill problems. And then the other question is, are all the pending bills genuine? And the question of individual accountability of the accounting officers, because sometimes you also politicize these things. And the media also takes them out of context. Even when I referred to the control of budget report, actually reading the control of budget report holistically will explain why counties are not spending on development. Because the delays are discussed in there, but the media will not be interested in. So pending bills, let's take it out of this conference. I think we probably need a national conference to discuss the issue of fiscal discipline and pending bills. The other speaker also, I'll shorten, raised a very critical issue. Do we need to relook at the definition of development? I think it's a very apt question. And can we also talk about development and the issue of wage bill without discussing spatial development? Part of the problem we're having here in our counties, actually in the rural counties, is spatial development. Settlements that spring up overnight and have people. And those people were brought from settlements that actually had facilities. And next day there's a chief, there's a sub-chief. Na ukipita kwa barabara wanakusimamisha wanasema, Governor, we are dying of thirst here. A mama lost a kid here last night. We lost a mama in childbirth. And they were brought from settlements that actually had water sources and hospitals. So, and then is brick and mortar the only development that we have? What is the point of doing more dispensaries when we have dispensaries that have been shut for lack of nurses? So I think these are questions that are pertinent. Do we actually need to redefine? Another very basic example. We train doctors, and while they're in training, we pay their salaries as counties. And some of them could be away for 4 years, 5 years. And that hits our wage bill. Is training doctors to be consultants and advancing them a question of recurrent or developmental expenditure? So I think these are, and then what is even recurrent? Not only the wage bill, what is recurrent? The pharmaceuticals that we buy is recurrent expenditure. A lot of the things that we do are of necessity recurrent. But which is more critical, doing another brick and mortar project or providing the service? Those are questions we can discuss here as well. I thank you.
I think I'll take it up from where His Excellency the Governor left it, with a specific address to the question of development priorities and what are the development priorities that we are targeting in each and every sector. Now, I'll say this, as an administration, and indeed every administration, the government blueprint of the country is a Vision 2030. Further drawn down is the MTP4 that we launched just the other day. Now, we have aligned, as an administration, our priorities into this plan. And just to outline them, when we are looking at what it is that we'll focus on, our key areas are agricultural transformation, we have the MSMEs economy, we have healthcare, we have infrastructure settlements, housing and settlements, we have digital superhighway, and creative industry. Now, those areas, 5 of them, again, just to recap, the MSMEs, digitalization, agriculture, healthcare, and infrastructure. How do we address this? It is a fact that every conversation in our budget planning cycle focuses on those priorities and their enablers. Apart from those 5 priorities, we have the enablers, which include the education and training, and environment and climate change. We have foreign policy, we have social protection, we have youth, we have sports, we have women, we also have governance, and infrastructure, sorry. These enablers and the priorities are what define our everyday work. As an administration, even as we meet and discuss how our budget's going to be allocated, for every single shilling that we are spending, we are asking ourselves, how are we addressing this priority? What are the value chains that are connected to these priorities? Issues around roads, all the issues around building, the electricity, all addressed within one sector. Then we also have the national natural resources cluster, and then to cap it up, we have the governance and public administration structure cluster that addresses issues around national security, foreign policy, citizen services, and the management of the governance processes such as performance contracting. Now, this, I wish to assure you, is a system that is really working, because what it means that we are not randomly allocating money. Every budget allocation is defended. I did mention that we have a very narrow and diminishing fiscal space. So for every budget allocation that we are looking at, we are saying, how is it going to that? So how do we then move this forward to ensure that we have an output? It is a drawdown from each of these priorities. Then you're asked to identify your 5 priorities that will contribute towards these priority areas broadly. These are the priorities that are funded. So I think what I would like to reflect on is that if we indeed can have a whole of society and whole of government approach where the county governments and the national governments are aligned in terms of what it is we want to achieve in infrastructure, what it is that we want to achieve in healthcare, what is it that we want to achieve in agriculture, and each of us then prioritize our resources towards that, then we can tick the box. I think when we have a disjointed succession where we need to then consolidate that thought into the thinking that a whole of government approach with focused and prioritized development objectives with clearly allocated financial resources will lead us towards proper outcomes and revamping of the economy. Thank you.
Welcome, Honorable Dr. Kipkurich Epkonyi, the CEO of IGRTC, to take us through.
For a majority of us, this auditorium has a lot of memories. And looking at our faces and the tone that we have picked, is that 35% looks very, very impractical. However, this whole will tell you it is possible. This whole will tell you it is possible. So I think the next session that we are going to will be able to delve further into what really are the issues in management of this wage bill for us to be able to drive towards 35. And since we are talking about remuneration and wage bill, I have a proposal on how we are going to reward, because for every service there is always a reward system that we will be rewarding for this conference, because it is 35. My music teacher taught me this, the ta, te, ti, to, tu. So if we were to do 35, then we will do 35. 35. That is my proposal moving forward. Can I request that we be upstanding to do the 35 as a short break for the next session? I'll repeat, 35. 35. 35. 35. Thank you. Kindly take your seats. I take then this opportunity to be able to invite the next presenter, who is the chair of PSC, Ambassador Mushiri, to be able to give us a presentation that will be able to guide our resolutions as we progress in this conversation. Karibu, Ambassador.
A very good afternoon to you all. Now, my name is Antonio Mushiri. I'm the chair of the Public Service Commission. This afternoon, I begin with the plenary of the second session. And I'm going to talk about an analysis of the authorized staff establishment and impost levels in the public service. These slides are about 25. They don't give the entire detailed perspective. The detailed paper, as promised by the chair of SRC, will be circulated electronically. It is a detailed policy research paper from the Public Service Commission. What I'm going to do this morning, and just to be within my time limit of 15 to 20 minutes, is to give a perspective of what we as a Public Service Commission are doing to try and get this 35%. So the first slide shows what the public wage bill comprises. The key components of the wage bill are salaries, benefits, remunerative allowances, facilitative allowances, pensions, and gratuity. And the key drivers of the wage bill are performance and productivity management, wage policies, employee numbers, labor relations, and work ethics. Performance and productivity has been glossed over and talked over here this morning. We had Muhammad Hamid from the Malaysia Productivity Corporation, who talked about productivity
We had PS Nduva talk about productivity. We had the head of public service talk about productivity. And we had also the host of this conference this morning talk about productivity. We, also the governor, the vice chair of the Council of Governors has talked about productivity, and we see that is a critical area that we need to concentrate on. The wage bill ratio is commonly employed to assess sustainability of a public sector wage, and the PFM requires that it be below 35%. Of course, what you see there are various theories that shed light on this process. There is the John Stuart Mill's wage fund theory. We have Francis Walker's residual claimant theory of wages, and we have the Sherwood bargaining theory of wages. The absence of a singular economic principle governing wages. Wages and working conditions are shaped through negotiation among us, workers, employers, and unions. We have also the public wage bill sustainability. This is a synopsis, which is a topical issue here in Kenya. And what you see on the slide is that everybody believes the size of the government workforce significantly influences the public wage bill. And that is what has been talked over this morning. But studies have shown that expenditure on employee compensation absorbs around 1/5 of our total government spending. And cross-country studies have reflected, in part, that national choices about the government's role in priority sectors, as well as variations in the level of economic development and resource constraints, show that. So there is no ideal threshold for determining public wage bill. But what governments do is adopt the lens of fiscal affordability. So studies have shown that wage bill dynamics is a great predictor of fiscal and suitability within countries. And you can see there Eswatini has adopted the lean service principle, which recommends a workforce based on the functions assigned to the organizational structure of government, which will bring us to the next slide, which is the determination of the staff establishment, which gives the mandate there, I'm not going to belabor that point, of the articles in the Constitution that mandates the PSC to establish and abolish offices. And what we do is require institutions to submit comprehensive proposals to review and establish new structures. But when we are coming now to productivity, and we have, when the fifth administration came in, we got quite a number of state departments and state corporations bringing in their documents, structures for review. But what we never get to see, and we interrogate these documents, is can we do more with what we have? And that is what has been the conversation this morning. Can we do more with the resources that we have? Can we have one person doing what hitherto had been doing, three people had been doing? We are getting to an age where in the next generation, we are going to use artificial intelligence. That is going to be a game changer. And we have to move with the times.
what was being done by 5 people or 10 people, maybe will be done by robots. Maybe will be done by 1 person. Are we ready for that? And that is the conversation that we should be having. So the optimal staffing levels are not solely dependent on numerical figures. They hinge on the caliber of staff, and also what I've just said, prioritizing service delivery to citizens is crucial. We also have to look at what services are critical and the threshold of also reducing government services. The gentleman who talked about the youth, who asked about the critical issue about the youth, also talked about productivity for what? We are producing for what? Kenya's blue paper is the National Vision 2030. Successive governments have borrowed from this blue paper. The third government, the third administration, the fourth administration, and now the fifth administration, which has just generated the MTP4 and captured the better agenda in that. So productivity is for development. We are signatories to the EU Agenda 2063. We are signatories to the SDGs. We are yet to get to those critical figures for health, for teacher to student ratio, and for security, policeman to population ratio. That is productivity, but we have to produce to be able to get to those levels of which we are signatories to, because we live in a global village. So that's why you see the WHO and SDGs that are reflected there. We have to strike this balance, because we might decide that we are not going to recruit anymore because of the wage bill. What will happen? So the public wage bill, of course, is under immense pressure. The SRC has reflected that, and as previous speakers have put that into perspective. And then, of course, we have the rationale of the optimal staffing levels, achieving the right balance, and also the guidelines that we normally issue on establishment and abolition of offices. So it's imperative to ensure compliance, because, as the head of public service said here, and also the chair of SRC, compliance is key, especially with state corporations and universities and TVETs. We have to ensure that you are within your optimal staffing levels. And these optimal staffing levels need to produce. You need to produce with what you have, so that we can get to that target of 2028 of 35%. So the objective, of course, of this paper is to assess how non-optimal staffing levels are, assess approved staff establishment, assess the impact of current staff establishment, assess employees' composition, investigate the consequences of non-compliance, and review the impact. It is a progressive paper because we have at least another 4 years to get to the level that is required. Of course, what we have there are factors that can drive the wage bill. That's performance and productivity, which I've talked about here. Economic conditions, critical. Staffing levels, critical. Disciplinary procedures. Compliance with regulations, very critical. The organizational
structure, workload, and demand, and of course, what I also talked about, technology and automation. So there is a methodology, sorry about that. We did a study, current data from 523 public organizations. And what we saw is through this methodology is that a percentage of these state corporations and TVETs and also universities are not complying with the staff establishment. And that, of course, will affect the productivity, and of course, it will affect the wage bill. We have the special duty allowance trend. I'll not go into that. And of course, we have the results of InPost of 67% of the staff establishment. And also, we have to understand the public service is aging. Our average age of 41 years. Over 61 employees are aged 37 years and older. 13% of the workforce are on contracts. 55 institutions operate with approved staffing levels. Leave utilization is at 89%. Non-remittance to Treasury is at 88%. And only 21 organizations have a human resource management and development plan. We have the status of the staff establishment. I'll not go into that. We also have court cases and awards, which also impact on the wage bill. And we have non-remittance to the National Treasury. Those tables reflect also an impact on the wage bill. There is a complicated algorithm there and calculations that shows a theoretical framework for public wage bill. You find it and the answers to that equation in the detailed paper. I'm not going to go into that. And also there is the fractional regression results, which is an empirical analysis of what the Public Service Commission has done to assess the impact and compliance of the wage bill on the economy. You have the results of the fractional regression results. And then, in conclusion, staffing levels can impact on public wage bill dynamics. And some public institutions are failing to operate within approved staff establishment levels. This impedes the country's development trajectory as resources are disproportionately allocated to employee compensation rather than directly supporting economic development. There is therefore need of emphasizing on the implementation of strategies that raises ordinary revenue. Kenya's public wage bill is high, yet the service is only operating at 67% capacity. And the recommendations, short term, evaluate organizational structures and staffing levels to determine optimal levels. Review the decentralization policy on staff recruitment and promotions, enforcement of policies and guidelines on employment, implement a synchronized whole-of-government approach to ensure sustainability of the public wage bill. Whole-of-government approach has been mentioned here, all the way from Malaysia up to the head of public service. This is critical. When you get into the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport,
The first people you meet are the immigration officers. The second level are the customs officers. And the third level, the coordinating level, is the Kenya Airports Authority. Now, when you get out, you get into your taxi, and you take a road to your hotel or to your home. The whole of government approach is supposed to be in such an experience. What time and with what resources, both financial and human, does it take to give you that experience? I did travel some years back to South Korea, the Incheon airport. And the first message you meet when you exit the aeroplane is a board that guarantees you that from the aeroplane to where you take your taxi, it will take you 25 minutes. And when you get out, when you take your speed train to the central business district, downtown, it will take you another 5 to 10 minutes. So they guarantee you that. I asked in the workshop, how long has this happened? They told me they started with 1 hour. Now they were at 25. What did it take? It took the same human resources to get it to 25 minutes. Now, that is what we call a whole of government approach, and that is what we call productivity. Using the same resources to get more. The long term, for us as a Public Service Commission, we conduct a thorough human resource audit across the entire public service to evaluate the status of staff establishment and review and implement an incentive and sanctions framework, including the Public Service Excellence Awards. And the way forward is fiscal planning, competitive compensation, flexibility, efficiency in service delivery. That will have an effective management in the public wage bill. If we can dream it, we can achieve it. Thank you for listening to me.
Very well put, Chair PSC. Do we reward him? Can we reward him? Yes, the 35. 35. You qualify for 35, Chair PSC. And I think all of us have taken note of the direction that is given, building on the foundation of the earlier presenters, that it is possible if we are able to harmonize to a whole government approach to be able to address the wage bill that we are handling. At this point, let me now invite our next presenter, the governor for Nyeri and the chair of Human Resource Committee at the Council of Governors, Governor Kihiga. Karibu.
It should be Governor Kahiga, not Kehiga. Kehiga is a little bit bigger than me. Thank you very, very much, Excellency Governors, and I recognize Mzee Wakazi, Governor Kiraito, and also Mzee Maraga. How are you, sir? Very well. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I like this word being used, whole government approach. But my thinking is that it is usually used when there is problems. That is when they want to talk about a whole government. So we are dragged in as county government into solving the problem. But have you ever heard of whole government approach in sharing of revenue? It doesn't work. Second thing, even before I speak, what constitutes development for us? I have heard Makueni say they hired teachers and put them on permanent and pensionable. What does that one mean? Is it development or is it those are the names we give. And I want to speak on the same, on the matter of staffing levels and wage bill sustainability in the county governments. I think I want to begin by where did we come from? As a country, did we make a mistake by having the new constitution promulgated in 2010, which clearly established 2 levels of government, 48 governments, and this really must translate into a huge labor force. It devolved power, it devolved power and functions which include human resource to the counties, among others. And as outlined in the 4th schedule of the Constitution, it is now clear that the county governments are the primary service providers at the grassroots level and hold the key to driving local development to spur economic growth. We are well aware that the Constitution denotes 14 specific functions to the county. And it is also important to say that 14 years later, we are yet to fully devolve all functions. And that is why the next speaker will be the chair of the IGRTC. Those who may not be aware, the library function was devolved this year. And that means we continue devolving functions and with that, increasing the labor force. It is also important to ask ourselves, when the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution was done, what happened to the employees of the municipal councils, the county councils? Had anyone done audit skills to know whether they would fit in the new government system? And what that one did automatically was ensure that they were absorbed because that is the law. They were protected and ring-fenced, regardless of their skill, regardless of their competencies, and regardless of their professional knowledge. And therefore, it behoves that county governments must fill in those positions that were required in the new dispensation, yet you have staff who are there, they are paid high salaries, but have very, very low performance indexes. Maybe it is also important for us to look at, the legal frameworks. Like I have said, it all began with the absorption of the defunct local authorities employees, which posed a significant challenge in maintaining optimal staffing levels in county governments, as there was need, like I have said, to recruit qualified county public service boards to fill in the gaps. Of course, this led to an increase in establishments, contrary to Regulation 25(1)B of the Public Finance Management County Governments, Regulations 2015, which sets a limit of the county government's expenditure on wages and benefits at the 35% we are looking for. And then as we sit here, we must also be asking ourselves, 35% of what? Is it the 35% before taxes? Or is it 35% after the taxes? Does it remain optimal? Is it the same? Does it translate to the same? If we are talking of 35% in 2024, is that 35% the same last year when we didn't have taxes? Now, when we look at the setup of the county governments, they are meant to decentralize services way down to the grassroots. Those of us who have read the Constitution will know that they are supposed to have village councils. We have wards, we have sub-counties, and then we have the county. All those services are supposed to be offered at that level. Section 50 and 51 and 52 of the county government establishes the county, like I'm saying, the ward and the village administrators, with the sole mandate to coordinate, manage, and supervise the general administrative functions in the lowest level. Now, to deliver on this mandate, staff with requisite skill, competencies, knowledge, and right attitudes are required at all levels. So let us also look at some other factors on whom we require. On the onset of devolution, Kenya as a country did not have any known hired ECD teachers. ECD teachers were under the masses of churches, mosques, parents, and there was no function so related within the establishment of the government of Kenya or within our own, the Public Service Commission. Today, as we sit, we have now 48,412 ECD centers that have been established by county governments. We have been able, albeit with a lot of struggle, to hire 42,863 ECD teachers. This is not the adequate number. Every ECD teacher, every ECD center should have a minimum of 2 teachers. But you see the challenge that we have. When you look at the health facilities, when my vice chair was speaking, he said that at the onset of devolution, we had only 5,784 healthcare workers. Today, we are at 60,784. Agriculture has the same. The county public service workforce is approximately 190,764. So county governments have increased staff in the local public sector, particularly staff serving in the historically undeserved population. If you observe, you will see that our wage bill has been rising. The numbers too have been increasing. And I can promise this auditorium that they will continue rising. Why? If today we are still devolving functions, the import of that is that we will have to have more employees, and therefore the catch lies in increasing what creates the 35%. We must look for ways and means of raising our revenue basis so that the 35 is able to give us an efficient workforce. Because clearly it is obvious that staff are recruited to provide services where they are required. One other challenge that we must also address is ambiguity in the law. For example, when a governor takes over office, there are a few staff that are stated that he can hire. When you look at the setup of departments, we have 10 departments in a county government. If you left out the county assembly. But the law speaks about a CEC, speaks about a chief officer. But it doesn't stipulate how many chief officers should be there. It could be 1, it could be 2. If you, for example, say education and ICT, you could have a chief officer for education and another one for ICT. If you look at the directorates that will fall below the chief officers, there is no written law that shows us which numbers are adequate. And what does this one translate into? Counties would require that we come up as a country and have what we would call an optimum staffing establishment within which we can operate. Even as we speak today, we are informed and told that counties are operating at 45% of the expected. Yet you can see our wage bill continues rising. Now, what are some of the determinants of this high wage bill in the counties? Number one, it is the increased demand for service delivery. With the promulgation of the new constitution, the appetite of Kenyans for service was whetted. And so, the demand that was previously there might have looked far-fetched because they didn't even know where the State House was. Today, every citizen knows the governor's office, and we will go demanding for services. We have also structures that have been established through the legislations, like I was saying, the County Government Act 2012 and the County Attorney Act 2020 have established offices and grading that counties need to operationalize in order to comply with the law. Remember, we didn't have county attorneys. This is a new entry. And what that means is that the county attorney also now establishes another department called number 11. One of the things we are grappling with today as a country is about a collective bargaining agreement that was squeezed out of government on the verge of an election year, in the year 2017, by our respected medics. It is, I think, the world has never seen such a CBA, because I have been in unionism, and I think that is the most ambitious CBA that we ever had. As long as we continue allowing unions to negotiate and push us into corners during those very opportune times, the country will continue suffering. You need to have a peek into the CBA that the doctors are talking about, and I can tell you it is unaffordable in this country. If we went in that kind of way, we must also justify why a doctor must earn more than a chief officer. A doctor must earn more than a CEC. Yet, in terms of responsibilities, the pecking order, the protocols, and I have nothing against doctors, it is important that we look at what kind of CBAs. They are one of the causes of the high wage bill. So, I want to support what the Vice Chair said. CBAs are negotiated between employers and unions, not amorphous bodies like the COG, who are not employers. They can only negotiate on behalf of the employees in the COG. The MOH, which can only negotiate on the level 6 hospitals. And as we sit here, we must agree that the 47 county governments must negotiate at that level with their respective unions, and that way we will be able to work together. That is the only way, ladies and gentlemen. If we do not move in that, then we have a challenge. One other reason or a determinant of is the government regulations, because, of course, like my Vice Chair said, SRC gives us directions, guides us on what should be paid, and we do not pay below. Neither can we pay above what they recommend. So every time we get that, you are already aware when we have statutory deductions, like now, the wage bill, by a simple declaration by the president of a 1.5% payment of housing allowance, short the entire county bill and the national wage by 1.5%. So there is nothing we can do. We can only accept that because it's a government policy. However, before I get to the other area of our recommendations, it is important to see that there are some success stories within the counties. If you look, we have a chart there that shows between 2013 and 2023, Mandera was able to work around less than 35%. But someone will ask why. If you remember, Mandera has continually been an Al-Shabaab area. A number of people do not. Every time they advertise, they never get enough. When you look at Tana River and Turkana, you also have in 2016 Mandera, Marsabit, Kilifi is also there. We have Kwale in 2019, 2020, Nairobi City. We are wondering how, Nyandarua there, Tana River, all those counties, currently we have Kwale, Mandera, Samburu, and Tana River, and Turkana, all operating at 35%, below 35%, and we congratulate them. I think they deserve the one, you called it what? The 35, yes. So it is possible, we must agree, but as we do that, let us ask ourselves what, sometimes I ask this question. It may not be the appropriate place to ask. But the only money you are sure of in this country that goes to good value sometimes is money that goes to an employee, because he pays school fees, he runs a family. What would you say of the fertilizer money now as we speak here? Now, in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, county government wages bill is a sum total of many factors. Let me put up that one. Very good. These factors include legal underpinnings, terms of engagement of employees, compliance to set norms and standards in human resources, among others. County governments need staff establishment that are fit for purpose to deliver services up to the grassroots level. That's what I said. We have to sit down and agree. What do we really need? What kind of staff do we really need? What is the optimum? What is the ideal? What is the staff that we can operate with? I am almost suggesting that county governments no longer be led by politicians, because as a politician, we come in office with a lot of baggage. And sometimes we do not know what to do with the people we work with. But we must ensure that we work within their, because as much as I listened to Honorable Keraito Moronge speak about you need to be re-elected, you shall not be re-elected on the strength of how many people you have hired. Sometimes it is the other way around. How much development have you given the people? And that way, because how would you, if I, for example, I know in Meru, he is usually elected by about 300,000 people. How would you hire 300,000 people? Or even if you went to 10, to half of that, 100,000, it would really be impossible. Now, we must agree here that county governments have to come up with the regulations. All the relevant bodies, Public Service Commission, ourselves must sit down and come up with regulations on how to actualize our staff. Now, what are our recommendations? We have a number of recommendations that I would want to offer, and some of them are the following. We need to review the county government staff establishments. I think I don't even need to overemphasize on that. We must also develop regulations for the assumption of office of the Governor Act number 4 of 2019 to provide clear guidance on how county staff establishment per department will be managed during the transition period. We must also develop regulations for the County Government Act 2012 that provide direction on the establishment of how many offices must be established below the office of the chief officer, or really the CEC, because at the CEC it's so clear. But as from there now going downwards, you will find in agriculture in a specific county, a chief officer in charge of livestock, a chief officer in charge of crops, a chief officer, they become so many that you may need to really look at that. We also need to operationalize institutional framework and sector-oriented policies, norms, and standards for effective human resource management in county governments. I also propose that we develop a roadmap for attaining the PFM target, while ensuring effective service delivery in the county context. And as we do that, we must work with IGRTC, because there are functions that are yet to be devolved. And so when they are devolved, yet we do not get requisite allocation for the same, functions must be followed by funds. We must therefore also, and this one I am glad was alluded to, we must analyze critically the duplication of roles within ministries, MDAs, sagas, and county governments with an aim of collapsing and abolishing unnecessary roles to maintain and retain the required manpower to enhance service delivery and bring down the wage bill. You agree with me? We have 140, I think they are MDAs, we have ministries, we have, and when you look at some of, like, let me just pick one. When we talk about boreholes, we have a personnel under irrigation coming to do a borehole. Agriculture comes, does a borehole. A county government is doing a borehole. Why do we need all that stuff? Why don't we let irrigation then do boreholes? And we move on in that kind of way. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you very much for listening to me and for listening to this COG presentation. And I wish you wonderful, wonderful and deliberations. Thank you very much.
Excellent presentation, Your Excellency. Now that the governor has invited us to the counties and we have been made to understand, and that was good, Your Excellency, that you've been able to give us self-analysis of the counties and be able to point out what would be the solution, what would be the drive to take us towards 35%. The legislative gaps that you've been able to enumerate, I think that would be able to guide us as we resolve from this conference. Also, the standardization of norms and standards to be able to arrive at optimal structures and also staffing for both national and the county governments. And I think that was also mentioned by the chair of PSC, Ambassador Mushiri. So that is the discussion that then will guide us as we go towards 35. And he has been able to invite us also to discuss on the issue of functions, the duplication of functions, and the unbundling. Functions follow, or resources follow functions. And then, so by extension then, allow me to welcome the chairperson of IGRTC, Mr. Kidinji Kiragu, to be able to tell us then what is it that in the devolved functions we are discussing on wage bill. Your chair, Karibu.
Good to be aware of technology first before you start talking. Your Excellency and Governor of Nyeri, Honorable Kahiga, that side, for it to work. Oh, okay, right. The chairperson of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, Madam Mengich, distinguished chairpersons and chief executives of state corporations and other sagas and the constitution commissions, the principal secretary is present, and the chief officers and senior officers of government are present. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I come late in the morning, or is it still morning, afternoon, to talk about the implications of devolution and transfer of functions on productivity and fiscal sustainability of the public service wage bill. My presentation will be brief because, like other presenters have indicated, we have papers which we have prepared for this purpose. Let me start by underscoring the fact that as Kenyans, and IGRTC is very cognizant of that, but I don't think Kenyans, especially many senior executives and political leaders, are cognizant or conscious of it. We have been locked into a devolved system of governance. We are not going backwards to a centralized system of governance. We can only get this system of devolved governance to work better for Kenya to learn. And from where we are as IGRTC, part of our, shall we say, modification for now is that no other greater person than His Excellency the President is very clear in his own mind that we are locked into this system and that this system has to work to deliver socioeconomic transformation for Kenya. And that the two levels of government need to work together. Therefore, when SRC presented this proposition, it was also very gratifying that both the president and the governors at the summit in December embraced the idea. And therefore, this idea does not come just because people want a low wage bill. It came because the management of the wage bill is critical to the management of the fiscal space from both levels of government, is critical to the performance of both levels of government in terms of bringing socioeconomic transformation to the country. And therefore, also the achievement of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda plan, the goals there, requires that the county governments and the national government work together to deliver to the people of Kenya what they have designed under Vision 2030, what they now aspire under MT4, and what I believe every person in this country aspires to realize, the end of poverty. In this paper, as we have done it, we are not singing praises to the county governments, but we are not of the school of thought which thinks that devolution is not delivering to Kenyans. Because those who have gone route will see what devolution has done for the country in terms of service delivery, in terms of democratic governance, in terms of the people feeling that the government is with them. It's also important to point out as we present this paper in our preamble that there will still be cases of more employment in the public service, especially at the county government level. Even at the national level, because we still need more primary and secondary school teachers, we still need more police officers, and at the county government level, as His Excellency the Governor has indicated, we need more ECD teachers, we need more health workers, we need more agriculture extension workers. So this wage bill conference is not about reducing the numbers of employees. It is more, as the spirit is indicated, how do we ensure that those who we have, who are already very expensive, not expensive because they are very well paid, but expensive given the state of our development and the state of our economy and the state of our fiscal environment. What do we need to do? Therefore, anything which might suggest that we are suggesting that, there should be reduction of numbers and so on, we should disabuse that notion. We know there will be more employees. But if there are those many more employees, two things will need to happen. One, we need to be sure that we are getting the right employees. Number two, those who are there now and those we shall employ tomorrow are productive. We are getting the best we can get out of them. Because again, although we don't have more employees in the public service is not what is going to solve the problem of unemployment in this country. The problem of unemployment in this country is going to be solved by our socioeconomic transformation, by having a much better economy, a much higher rate of economic growth, a more productive economy, and on that basis then we can address the issue of unemployment. We see the problem in the context of the subject that I'm addressing. We see this problem in three perspectives, or in three dimensions. There is obviously a comparative rapid growth in public service employment and wage bill in county governments. That is a fact. And we understand why. But also, we can also appreciate, which is what has just been discussed by Governor Kahiga, there is a proliferation of institutions and organizations with the mandates to decide public service structures, staff establishment, and hiring. There are too many employers, each with their own ways of doing things. And therefore, while some people are productive or have more effectiveness, as Madam Nduva would say, in the use of their wage bill resource, others are not that effective. And that is an issue which needs to be addressed. I will not belabor the fact already put forward by the previous speaker, the extent to which there is duplication of functions. Your Excellency, I think you should have added, in terms of boreholes, you should have added the Ministry of Water, you should have added regional development authorities. So there are about 7 different entities in the country which are digging boreholes. And I can see Governor Chiro here, and he's an environmental specialist, and he knows that is also not probably the best way for managing our environment. So we have issues in terms of duplication of functions. So therefore, without belaboring that point, let me say that we have opportunities to do better as a country in terms of how we are organized under the Constitution and how we are organized even extra-constitution. Because again, a lot of these duplications have been brought in through specific statutes, specific acts which have established bodies which do the same things. In the pursuit of addressing this problem, there are many issues which need to be addressed, which is, of course, why we are all here, including the opinions offered by the former governor of Meru and so on. That is why we are all here, to look at all those different issues and come up with what we think is the best path we can chart for the way forward. And in that context, one of the problems which have plagued this country is minimal coordination of national and county governments in human resources and performance management. That is one problem we want to overcome. Because in matters of productivity, efficiency and effectiveness in the use of our wage bill resource, we have the problems we have had before SRC came, when it was everybody for himself and God for us all. You did what you wanted on your own. And in fact, there was almost competition in doing the wrong things. A competition in terms of which employer is giving more allowances, which one is not giving big allowances, and so forth. And I can see Madam Sarah Seremu is with us here, and I know how much she struggled, and how our current chair and the commissioners are struggling with the same problem. Everybody wants an allowance for themselves. The political class wants allowances which are special, doctors which are special, engineers, those which are special, teachers, those which are special. So we have overcome that kind of a problem through the strength of SRC, I must say, and I commend them for it. But I think in terms of beyond that, we need now to go to the issue of, after the employees have been brought in, what is their productivity, what is their performance, how do we make sure that there is discipline? Because again, we know that even where we are recruiting more people, absenteeism is very high. I believe in the study done by the World Bank published in 2022, making devolution work for service delivery, the worst cases of absenteeism from work was in the health sector. Yes, we need more employees in the health sector, but the absenteeism rate is at about 40% on a normal working day. That is not sustainable. That is not the best use of the resources that we have. And in that sense, therefore, even the poor service delivery we are experiencing is not just from shortage of staff, but also from shortage of people who are not reporting to work, who are not being productive. And that is why, therefore, the two levels of government need to coordinate. And that coordination has not really been there. And then, of course, what Honorable Your Excellency Governor has said about lack of an institutional framework for ensuring compliance, or rather even development and compliance of professional principles, standards, and norms in human resources management. And I know in this case, of course, even at the center of government in terms of institutions, whether it is in the past, whether it is CAC versus PSC, versus Ministry of Public Service, we have had all those kind of arguments. And of course, those have not helped us in getting to where we want to be in terms of getting the best we can out of our human resources management. Now, at the county level, as far as I know, and that is better documented in the study I've mentioned by the World Bank, making devolution work for service delivery. At the county level, one of the biggest problems is relative weakness of the county public service bonds and county assembly service bonds. We say that because at the national level, the Public Service Commission, is there, and we know, what it does. We feel it has a strong mandate vis-a-vis the national executive, and that kind of mandate is not there for the county public service bonds and county assembly service bonds, and that's an issue which needs to be addressed so that the excesses at the county level can be managed through those bonds. And I will not go to the weaknesses identified which we have presented in that paper and which are in my presentation, because in the interest of time, you can read them in that study I've said, making devolution work for service delivery. It's politics, it is capacity, it is competence, and so forth. So all those things need to be addressed. In the paper we have presented you, we have indicated that there was one time these problems we are talking about were recognized in many ways much before even devolution started, because there was a study sponsored by Australia and the World Bank, devolution without disruptions, which alluded to all these problems. And it said, unless we are going to have one body oversighting the whole issue of human resources management at both levels of government, we are going to have a crisis. And that is partly what we are doing now. And it's also true that I think 2011 audit of the Constitution by the Office of the Auditor General didn't talk about the case for having a county public service oversight authority or something of that sort. So some of these issues, they are not new. And part of it also was addressed through an initiative which was maybe actually a home government approach, not maybe. The 2014-2015 capacity assessment and rationalization of the public service exercise, which was done at both levels. Some of you are senior civil servants, you will recall. We had biometrics of everybody and so on, and all the other issues. They were done, and we had recommendations there about what needs to happen. And I still invite those who are going to be looking at this in terms of solutions to look at what was proposed in that particular exercise, including such issues as a shortage of technical and professional skills, weak controls in payroll management. So these problems have been with us for some time. I choose not to go through every one of them because I think it's only fair that I don't take too long. And therefore, we are in that situation where the SRC has done us very well in terms of managing the compensation aspects. I think in terms of fairness, I know, and I've been in conversation with the SRC, for example, the whole issue of making sure that the mainstream civil servants start to catch up with all of us in commissions and in state corporations and so on, within aspects to do with the job evaluation and so on, which is a fair game in terms of that. But then we need now to go beyond that and look at even that person who is there and is seen to be competent and is seen to deserve the grade and the salary. Is that person being productive? Is that person legitimizing the compensation, the grading, the compensation that that person is receiving at that particular time? So let me make the following brief observations as a way of concluding what was supposed to be a briefer presentation. That first, devolution of functions and power gave rise to institutional and organizational pluralism. We got too many new institutions, as with the new constitution, no doubt about it. And that complicated the whole issue of human resource management and wage bill management. That there's duplication of functions and resources allocation, including the wage bill expenditures at both levels of government. That is a fact we are not going to run away from, because we just discussed about boreholes, but I can tell you it goes to very many other things. That the growth in employment and wage bill expenditure in the county government has been more rapid than in other public service subsectors, and they have legitimized it in terms of the ECD teachers and maybe also the nurses and so forth. But remember also the national government is also employing teachers and police and others. So we all are in this together. Everybody has a momentum to employ more. It is therefore why we must all agree together. We need to slow down, to control it, not to cap it, but to control it so that it does not undermine the rest of our development resource allocation. So both the county government need more employees, the national government needs more employees, but we all must go at a pace which does not undermine the provision for operation and maintenance expenditures, because if you have employees who do not have the equipment with which to work, that employee will not be fully productive. If you have employees who do not have the necessary competencies, they will not be productive, and therefore, again, we are not getting the value for money of what they are doing. So we need to look at that. And as I said, it looked more a problem in county governments, but it is also there in the national government, although maybe at a reduced level. That MDAs at the moment, ministries, departments, and agencies in the national government continue to perform many defaultive functions, which contributes to duplication of functions. Again, boreholes is just one simple example. I will not go to others in the interest of time. But what also that does, it means we do things at a suboptimal level. And I know this because I know that I've seen sometimes when there is duplication of functions, the governor and the Kura and the Kera are trying to do the same roads at the same time. And they both do surveys of the same road. And we know what we are saying. And in the same way, that borehole which you have done, someone is also doing a borehole next to where you have done one already. So we are not being productive. And therefore, this will be reflected in the conclusion, the recommendations we are about to make. And that human resources and performance management systems, controls, and practices are comparatively weak in many county governments, and the county governments need to be supported to have stronger systems than they have at the moment. In that respect of what I've just said, we have a problem as a country because we have no institution with a clear mandate to develop and enforce compliance with generally accepted principles, standards, and norms of determination of staff establishments, employee hiring, and grading in the county governments. The Public Service Commission can look at the national government, but they can only look at appeals of discipline, but nothing else. In the interest of time, let me say, therefore, we need to do things a bit differently, especially in the context of pursuing this 35% target. Our recommendations are not many. The two levels of government should cooperate and coordinate to ensure that the transfer of devolved functions from ministries, departments, and agencies, which have been given impetus by the pronouncements and the directives that IGRTC has received from His Excellency the President, that the process of implementing these transfers will entail the review and rationalization of organizational units, of structures, of sagas, of staff establishments, of staff deployment and budgets in all areas of devolved functions. That needs to happen. It will go a long way in getting the Kenya public sector house in order in the context of the wage bill. We recommend that the Public Service Commission or another similar national agency, as recommended in previous work in this area, gets the mandate to really assume responsibility for principles, standards, and norms across all parts of public sector, and especially among the national and county government entities. We suggest that the county public service bonds and the county assembly service bonds need to be strengthened. We are embarking as IGRTs, we are in the process of unbundling, delineating, and transfer of devolved functions, as I said, because that's what the summit directed us to do, and we are under pressure, we are under deadlines of His Excellency the President. As we do that, we see an opportunity for both levels of government to undertake major structural reforms, including those which, Your Excellency, you have inherited from the defunct local governments. That is an opportunity in which we can now do more comprehensive structural reforms of the public service delivery systems. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Chairman Kidinji Kirago. Two things. One, what was highlighted also in the morning by also the presenters and including the head of public service, the implementation of resolutions, full implementation of resolutions from the previous wage bill conferences. And secondly, that the institutions on compliance also need to be strengthened. And I think the two presentations by Kahiga and Kidinji Kirago have spoken to themselves that yes, there is duplication of functions and that needs to be addressed. So I think there's only one more presenter between you and lunch, and I would at this point welcome the chairman of SCAC, Mr. Philip Mongony, to be able to make a presentation to us, and thereafter we will be guided on how we're going to have our lunch. And I know the questions we will have, but don't worry, there will be the plenums that we are going to have later on, that most of the questions might be addressed if we are not be able to have sufficient time to address the questions after Philip Mongony makes the presentation. Karibu, Philip.
Thank you very much, Moderator, the Chair SSC, Governor, and the other presenters, distinguished delegates, chairs, and CEOs of state corporations, and the other state officers. Chair, you know, when the presentation stretches, the last speaker ends up talking to half the delegates. I think I'm a victim. But I'm also forced to cut down on my presentation, although we had prepared a very comprehensive research, but we'll have to reduce it because of time. I'm going to be talking to you about the implication of proliferation of state corporations or mushrooming of state corporations and its effect or the implication on the public wage bill. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Section 2 of State Corporations Act, Cap 446, provides for definition of state corporations. And simply put, a state corporation is a body, corporate, established by or under an act of parliament, and whose ownership is by government or government agencies to the tune of 50+1 shareholding. Why establish state corporations? The reason for establishment of state corporations, the main reason is to create a special purpose vehicle that would ideally provide sufficient, efficient, and effective mechanism for delivery of services and projects without normal bureaucracy within the civil service. Currently, Chair, we have a technology anyway. Yeah, currently we have 349 state corporations. 65 are established under the Act, Companies Act. 54 are established via legal notices or regulations anchored on various acts of parliament. And 230 are creation of acts of parliament. You can see the diagram there is showing that distribution. What is the procedure of establishing state corporations? The overarching legal framework for establishing state corporations is the Public Finance Management Act 2012. Specifically, the Public Finance Management National Government Regulations 2015 provides no state corporation should be established other than by cabinet approval upon recommendation of the National Treasury. What are the vehicles of incorporation of state corporations? By whatever means, a state corporation should only be established after fulfillment of the requirements of the PFMA requirements as above. Unfortunately, the following three vehicles of incorporating state corporations are often prone to missteps that lead to proliferation of state corporations and untimely ballooning of public wage bill. Establishment of state corporations by acts of parliament. The following two avenues are employed in enacting of bills that create state corporations. One is the state-sponsored bills. These are bills that are sponsored by government and ordinarily ascribe to the provisions of the PFMA and are only drafted, wired to Parliament by the Attorney General with due regard to procedures laid down in the PFMA regulations. There are also those which are private member bills. These are legislative bills drafted by or under direction of MPs and introduced to the floor of Parliament as private members' motions. Oftentimes, these are driven by either personal interests or as proxies of other interested parties out there. Such bills end up in acts of parliament that create state corporations without proper feasibility as envisaged under the Act, under PFMA Act, and without attendant assessment of its financial implications to the exchequer. There's a table there which I've shown. Yeah, that table there shows those state corporations established consequent to private bills. The avenue for creation of state corporations through private members' motions creates dissonance with executive agenda or national government blueprints. This leads to establishment of redundant state corporations with overlapping mandates and duplication. I think the previous speaker spoke about this, overlapping mandates and duplication of functions in various sectors. This not only is a duplication and overlapping, but it also has a problem with productivity and wastage and lack of efficiency. This is a problem when you duplicate functions of state corporations. Nobody knows which one he has to do, who is responsible, and therefore there is a problem there. This is a big contributor to the wastage of public resources through the wage bill, and this is, as the annual estimated wage bill from such is about 2.9 billion shillings. From that kind of establishment of state corporations. The other costs related to the operations could push the total cost of such institutions into other several millions of shillings. Establishment of state corporations under the Act. I just wanted to bring you into speed to understand how we come about establishing these state corporations. It is very important that we are at 349, and we really need all of them. How did it come to be? And that's why I'm taking you through this. Establishment of state corporations under the Companies Act. Anybody corporate can get a company incorporated under the Companies Act. Currently, the Cabinet Secretary of the National Treasury and the state corporations can incorporate companies. In the case of state corporations, such companies then become subsidiaries. We know that recently there is the refinery that actually taken over by Kenya Pipeline as a subsidiary. Was that the right thing to do? And many others that come about by creation of such subsidiaries by state corporations without regard to it. This has been the preferred method to establish a subsidiary of state corporation, as it is deemed to be fast, as all the board needs to do is to register a company with a business name at the registration of companies, without necessarily ascribing to the provisions of the Public Finance Management Act. And a company is created, a subsidiary is created, and we have not adhered to the PFM Act Regulations 2015. And as a result, most of these subsidiaries actually become leeches with huge burdens to the exchequer. Since their feasibility was not even done properly, it wasn't tested, and this is the case with current burdens like there are companies like Kenatco. Recently we are now looking at even privatizing hotels like Cabernet Hotel, Mount Elgon. Those are institutions that were created, without subsidiaries. And table 3 will give us those are the established state corporations under the Companies Act, and and those are state corporations under regulations. Now, out of the 65 established state corporations under Companies Act, 25 of them, translating to 41.5, are subsidiaries of other state corporations, with an annual estimated wage bill of 722 million shillings. Establishment of subsidiaries is an area of interest, as it is often exploited by state corporations, resulting into financial burden and possible wastage in any incurred wages that are ultimately serviced by the National Treasury, by the Exchequer. In fact, such subsidiaries are established for profit and would then assume terms of service. When you present your case, you're saying we are going to make money, and they will assume terms of service comparable to other commercial corporations, those who are making money. This attracts higher salaries, and the essence of some of these subsidiaries may not necessarily be profitable. Those are established through regulations. State corporations are established through legal notices in the following two procedures. The President, under Section 3 of the State Corporations Act, Cap 446, is empowered to establish a state corporation by order. Section 27(1) of the State Corporations Act requires the President to establish such state corporations upon the advice of the Attorney General, the National Treasury, and SCAC. Due to these safeguards, there has not been abuse in this line. The presidents have not abused their powers to establish state corporations. There is the other category, which is established by cabinet secretaries. There are select acts of parliament that have empowered respective cabinet secretaries to establish state corporations. Such state corporations have not been provided with requisite advisory safeguards, and therefore proceed to arbitrarily establish state corporations. The most explicit provisions in law that grant cabinet secretaries powers to establish state corporations are the Education Act, and Science and Technology and Innovation Act. They are given express authority to do that. And this is demonstrated in table number 4. Yes, table number 4, there. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to bore you with how we establish state corporations. I just want now to say, what is the way forward? If we have to reduce the wage bill, because most of this, as you know, actually state corporations form over 50% of the economy of this country. So it means about 50% of the wage bill emanates from from the state corporations. So what we do, what is the way forward? It is therefore imperative that the Public Finance Management Regulations of 2015, the PFMA Act, be made the reference point on all matters pertaining to establishment of state corporations. Pending reforms, that is number 2, pending reforms in the Presidential Task Force report on parastatal reforms that will be implemented. This was the Abdikadir and Wodo report that recommended for mergers and restructurings and reforms aimed at improving efficiency, accountability, service delivery of all existing state corporations. So one, adhere to the PFM regulations. Two, we recommend that the pending reforms that were recommended by the task force be implemented. C is comprehensive reforms including one, improved governance, transparency, accountability, and efficiency in human resource management practices within the state corporations be applied. Ladies and gentlemen, this may involve implementing tighter controls, enhancing oversight mechanisms, and promoting merit-based recruitment, as the chair of PSC just alluded, and promotion processes. Additionally, fostering a culture of social responsibility and integrity in order for us to combat the wastage and ensure optimal utilization of public resources. I want to end here, but I just was thinking, this requires a resolution, serious one, because most of these things are there, but I think I was borrowing from the words of the president, that mambo ni matatu. Mambo ni matatu, and this is what we think are actionable points. Because we are in this problem because of the incessant private members' motions that go to produce state corporations. So we have to tame that. And we are saying no private members' motions bills that create state corporations should be entertained. We have to go around that, because a member wakes up one day through influence of his own or someone else and takes a bill to parliament, and it is enacted into a state corporation. And then as CAC and PSC, we have no choice because it's law. We have to give them the instruments. We have to give them that classification that they require, because it has been enacted as a state corporation. So if we want to do away with that, no private members' bills should be entertained. And perhaps maybe the president will have to give an executive order on that. The other actionable item, we think, is that any laws that grants a cabinet secretary the powers, sole powers, to create a state corporation through regulation should be amended to remove such unilateral powers. That is actionable point number 2. The final one is that the business registration desk, that is the registrar of companies. Again, that one, they should be required not to allow state corporations to create subsidiaries without going through the PFMA regulation route, so that by the time it reaches the registration desk, it has already followed due process. And that's the only way we can reduce the number of mushrooming state corporations. So with those few remarks, gentlemen, I know our sugars are already down for most of us, and for those my age, they are very, very down. So let me allow us to maybe proceed from here. Thank you very much for giving me audience.
Thank you, Chair SCAC. Cumulatively now, our whole government approach, let us appreciate and reward all our presenters with 35. One, another, 35, 35. Thank you very much. And I wouldn't want to take more than that, because by the mention of the sugars going low, I wouldn't want to be party to an investigation as to why a delegate was found with low sugars. Allow me to then request that if we have any two questions to be referred to the sector discussions or panel discussions that we're going to have in the afternoon. Coincidentally, the 4 presenters will also be panelists in the next session. So if I would agree with all of us that those questions can be reserved for that opportunity, and that whoever would have a question for Philip Ongonyi, if you look at your program, you would be able to find that he is in a panel in a particular hall. Would we agree with that? Can we agree with that? Thank you. So let's give each other again another 35. Thank you. I will then be able to hand over the program to our MC, Commissioner Melly, to guide us from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, CEO. We are behind time, I think 30 minutes, but we will try as much as possible to catch up. I'll just, we have come to a very successful end of our morning session. Allow me to make a few announcements. Number one, our lunch will be served at the main restaurant, and our ushers at the main entrance will be able to guide us. Number two, because we are not coming here again, I want to make this announcement so that from lunch we proceed to our caucuses. We will have 3 caucuses this afternoon. We intend to finish by 4:45. Caucus number 1 is county governments. The venue is auditorium. And this session will be moderated by Kithinji Kiraku, Chairperson, IGRTC. Yes. Caucus number 2 is the one for state corporation and public universities. The venue will be at the Media Center, and this session will be moderated by Dr. Jacob Omolo, Senior Lecturer, School of Economics, Kenyatta University. And then the last session, the last caucus, that is caucus 3, is ministries, state departments, constitutional commissions and independent offices, and this session will be moderated by CPA James Katole. This will happen at Pavilion. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I wish you a good lunch and a good afternoon. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. For directions, the media center is on the left side, and then there is auditorium. I believe this is the auditorium, please. For those who will be in caucus 1, this is the place. And then the last one is, yes, the pavilion, which is outside. Yes, next to this auditorium. Thank you so much, and thank you for your time. Asante sana.
Tunasonga mbele watu wote kwa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Tunasonga mbele watu wote kwa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Haya sisi sote wananchi tushangilie.